Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, April the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, so yeah, I'm in this LIXT at 310. It gets anywhere close to 3, I'm out. Just want to test this one. This LIXT, it's a cancer play. We got as high as $4 in the pre-market, so we'll just have to wait and see. Super low float, 4.22 million. I mean, again, we're now starting to see some of these little bios, and this is only preclinical, but they put cancer in the headline, and we're starting to get these pops here. So we just have to wait and see on this LIXT. Again, 4.2 million in the float. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 412. So that's what it kind of got to. Where did it get up to? It got up to 390 in the pre-market. Anyway, we'll see. So that is the LAXT. If you're looking at the ZSAN, they did a 1 for 35 reverse split. So this is actually about a 10-cent stock, now at 380. BCDA. Yeah, it's not holding its gains at all. So 384 pre-market, it's dropped a lot. Let's see, their news was the FDA okayed their virus trial. Okay, but market is really giving it up now. Another low float, 12.6 million in the float. BDSX. BDSX is up on some insider buys. I guess that happened, or that news was released after hours yesterday. So BDSX, some insider buys. ATNM. ATNM. All right, I don't see any news on it. Yeah, actually, now I'm seeing some news. Okay, trading higher after the company. Okay, and Medica announced a commercial agreement for their drug and receiving an upfront $35 million upfront payment, and that is for ATNM. And then another low float, 21 million in the float. MYOV. Gap down on application. I guess they submitted, and their application submission has some deficiencies. FDA is questioning them. So that's the reason for this big gap down for MYOV. AGLE. Is it holding its gap? Yeah, again, or did I just mention this one? I can't remember. I don't think so, no. Gapped up, got the okay, the FDA okay for an application, and that happened after hours, but it is really giving it up now. CYCC. And it's a positive news, and again, another one just giving it up. 412 down to 3. I mean, when I see these in the, when I start looking at all this stuff, they're up here. But man, big pullbacks. So obviously I'm out of the LIXT, guys. I'm going to keep an eye on it though. See if it has a resurgence later on. I'm going to put an alert at 318. So I took a little loss on that. Yesterday's star, VERU. So it's gapped up again. A little bit of a pullback at the end of the day. After hours looked pretty good. Pre-market was up to 15. So this is still an active stock, VERU. KMX, CarMax. This is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Yeah, down 4%. So KMX gapping down on earnings. And one last one here, RLX. It's not so much how much it's gapped up, but a lot of volume. 4.6 million shares, up 13%. RLX. Can't see any headline. Can't see any headline for it. That would indicate why it's up like this, but RLX. And Lucid, yeah, you guys are talking about Lucid. Big thing about this one, like a lot of these EV plays, can they hold their gains? You know, they have these pops and then they just seem to give them up. Yeah, CPI at 830. I mean, there's a reaction. And what I'm looking at right now, see if there's any sort of anything sneaking in here. MBRX is just sneaking in my gappers up. Another low float, 27 million in the float. So what's your question, Alan? Yeah, the CPI, it came out. You know, obviously it caused the market to pop. You're going to question why because of looking at the numbers. Don't bother. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to a lot of this stuff, okay? But that's the reaction. It is what it is. All right, give me one moment, please. Oh, that's right. It is a, yeah, I didn't see any headline on it. I did check to see what they did, and I saw that there were E-vapes. I didn't see a headline on it, but okay. Thank you, Sack. So again, even though I took a small loss on this one, the LIXT is definitely the one to keep an eye on, okay? If it takes out three again and starts to run, just because these are the ones that seem to be in vogue right now. These little floats, little bios put out a press release and something to do with cancer. And this is what we're talking about, but it's preclinical results. But with the Netherlands Cancer Institute, etc. So anyway, just have to keep an eye on it. Just like the VERU yesterday. Now VERU is not cancer; it was a COVID play, but All right, it is 9:11, so I am going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com, see if there's anything interesting there. Man, it's still the theme continues, guys. So there are some upgrades, but still a ton more downgrades than upgrades. So I'll get some of them in here. A lot of downgrades. I'll get the upgrades in first. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Right now, there, as I say, there are a lot of downgrades here. So let me get a few of them in. What I'm really looking for are stocks, a stock with multiple downgrades. In other words, different brokers downgrading. Didn't see any on the upgrade side, so just going to keep an eye out, see if I can see the same name downgraded by several. I see Ben as an example, BEN. Just a few more to go. Don't see any other than the Ben. I don't see any multiple downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So we're in for a pretty nice little open here. You see that little spike on the CPI numbers. Well, the reaction. Okay, it's not no point in analyzing what the numbers are really. It's just all I care about. What's the reaction? There's the reaction, right or wrong. Okay. Okay. I'm really going to keep. You got to pay attention to this LIXT, especially if it takes out three again. Excuse me, three again. I have my alert set around 316, 320-ish. I want to see if it takes it out again. Got up to 4 in the pre-market. Okay, looking at some of the flyers again, this BCDA has given it up. Viru, guys, I mean, this Viru still got some legs in it. Over 14 again. Pre-market high was at 1539. It's not a low float. This is a virus play. It's not a cancer play. It's a virus play. Mookie was in the room yesterday, Zach. All right, this is just showing up. This one, triple U, 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 U. U, 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 okay, U, 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 sorry. There is a quadruple U, so, but U, U, U is just showing up now. And to merge, instruments merger partner Infinity Realty to acquire an entertainment conglomerate for $470 million in an all-stock deal. So this is the news. Okay, for UUU. And it's a low float, guys. Look at that float, 1.75 million in that float. Again, it's all about the float, 1.75 million in the float. When we look left, what do we see? The monthly chart, the next high was 520, so it's above that high. We see 540, so it's kind of at that high. The next high after that is 565. So these little areas to get through, but that's a big pop, 44%. Not a huge amount of volume. Certainly not in the millions yet. Yeah, it is shortable for me too. I didn't short it, but I'm sure that's what you did, William. Heck, I was going to say heck of a short. One more. All right, let's take a look at what is happening with the sectors before the market opens, about 10 minutes before the market opens. We're going to click on New from our toolbar, Conduct Channel Bar, and then I'm going to go to the sector status. Zoro popped in last week a couple of times, I think. I don't think, I know. All right, so this is what we're looking at. So sort of a bit of a difference here, guys. I mean, virtually every sector is up right now. And a lot of times when we've seen that, we've seen oil down. So what you're seeing here, though, these are the major sectors. So XLE, there's the energy sector. The 100%, what that means is the stocks that make up XLE, all these stocks, if I scroll all the way down, every one of them is up from yesterday's close, okay? Every one of them up from yesterday's close. So that's what that 100% means. So again, we're going to have a nice, I mean, it can all change, but 90% of the tech stocks are up, 85% of the communication stocks. So that's what this means, these percentages that you see. Let me take a look at oil. Is it over 100 again? No, but pretty good pop here. So you can see, well, Brent is, yeah. So we had some pops in oil right now. 103 for Brent. 98 for WTI. So we've had some pops in oil, hence the 100% of the oil stock, or the oil stocks that make up, or the energy stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. All right, well, maybe the LAXC is not going to do it. So now, by the way, check this one out. Remember this one yesterday, guys? The Hoth, H-O-T-H. What a what a mess this is. I mean, this is now below the 200-day moving average, below a dollar. But it got up to what, a dollar 65, 67 yesterday. Now cut in half. Probably going right back to where it came from, where it came. This was that mRNA cancer PR. The SBFM is fading badly also. SBFM, that was the one that kind of kickstarted the mRNA cancer PR right here. And now this is really fading badly also. No shorts available for me for that one. Well, I don't want to call it an offering, but oh, you mean the HOTH? Well, if they did, they did a terrible job. Considering they could have got, let's see. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. 7 million. It's only $7 million. $7 million stock offering. That's it. Desperate to raise money. I don't see the price. Well, I know it's under a dollar. Do some quick math. Because it's 8 million shares and they're raising $7 million. So it's under a dollar. 85 cents, 85 cents. So yeah, it's an 85-cent stock offering for HOTH. That's a terrible job. I mean, look, it was at 70 cents yesterday, before the day before on Friday, before the pop. But they could not convince anybody to do the offering in this area. So anyway, all right, just looking to see if anything else is, again, sneaking in. And this is what I look at, guys. So this is my pre-market actives up and my pre-market actives down, okay? This is kind of what I'm looking at just to see. And of course, this is a top list, update every 30 seconds. So that's when the triple U came in out of nowhere, as an example. Mic check. What's wrong with it? WULF, WULF. Let's see what's happening with this one, the TeraWulf. All right, that must have been just a brief blip on the sound. I didn't do anything. Mic's on, the icons are all looking live, so. I am breaking up in volume. Well, I have to do a sound check for everybody. Hopefully it's not, hopefully it's just you, JK. So just for a second. Okay. Oh, the scanner breaking up on volume. Oh, I see. I thought you meant I was breaking up. Um, Let me just take a quick look. 3,000, 3,000. Okay, 3,000. This is what you're talking about right there, 3,000. Hood's on the move here, guys, a little bit. Hood, obviously, HOOD. Hood is on the move. They're listing 4 new crypto assets. I think that hit at 838, including Shiba Inu. Miserway. I think Denver knows how. If Denver's in the room, maybe just click on the. I'm not sure. I know how I can do it, but I'm not sure how you guys do it, to be honest. And I know who. How to block somebody? You're a little ahead of yourself there, legal. It's not quite a minute. Now it's a minute. Okay. 1 minute to the open, everybody. Let's have a great trading day. Yesterday was super exciting. Have to see if we get one of these crazy low float flyers again. All right, Zach, you are getting all the information you need about how to block people. Okay, and nothing else. How's that triple U doing? The triple U, that's holding 5, but boy, that's a big, big drop from 6 down to 5. Actually, got all the way down to 450. That doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. Market is now open. All right. I had my sound icon off. I couldn't figure out why I wasn't getting any alerts. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, so try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, the triple U coming back over 5. Again, very low float. So again, it's one of these ones. If you do take this trade, do not leave your computer. All right, 1.75 million in the float. Okay, easy come, easy go. This is how whippy it can be in the first 15 minutes. There's the UUU. It was up, now it's down. It's actually showing now on my down scan. It was briefly on my up scan. Now it's on my down scan. The Veru is giving it up a little bit. All right, first one in the 10-day daily breakdown. Now it is early, and this is the OHI. Let's see, is there any news on this one? I don't see any specific news on it. It's not an earnings play. OHI. I'm not as wild about these when we get them in the 10-day daily breakdown when there's no real news associated with it. And also, when you look left on that monthly chart, 27.17, 26.98. So there looks like there's pretty decent support around 27 for the OHI. And again, this is what I'm talking about. It's a little early. Much rather see something that has some bad news, and also bad news, and if it happens to be a lifetime low, those are the ones that usually give us the best gains. So this one I held over, Veru, I held over. You guys were in the room yesterday, showing you how you can take a trade in our simulator. So I held it overnight and I got out of it this morning. This is in the simulator, exited at 1348 in the simulator. Okay, so that was a 269 on only 100 shares. All right, so the MYOV is actually having a bounce here, guys. So this was down on, I guess they submitted some application and the FDA said there's some deficiencies. I think they're in with Pfizer on this, I think. So it's having a little bit of a bounce, MYOV. But again, it's early. All right, guys, keep an eye on the LIXT. LIXT. And it's trying to come back. I think I got down to about 250, 237. I have an alert set just over 3. And see if and look at the volume that's coming in. This is going to trade the float multiple times today, guys. They're 19 million already and only 4.2 in the float. So, it's not quite 5 times, but by the end of the day, this will probably be 10 times the float at least. It's just a matter of maybe taking out 3, and that magnet of the pre-market high of 4 could really propel it. So this is getting really interesting, guys. This LIXT. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. I can't tell you to take the trade, but you know what I'm looking for here, so. All right. And we have a halt coming. We have a halt coming. We have a halt coming. We're in a halt now, guys. I got some out just before that halt on the LAXT. I don't care how many times this happens, it's still a rush. I don't care. I've been trading a long time, but it's still a rush. So here's the halt, guys. So the halt at 343 and no real clue. 345, 345, no real clue where it's going to open. If you're unfamiliar with halts, you got halted at 937 plus 10 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 942 plus 10 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, typically they are 5-minute halts. And this, what you're seeing here, this is just from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And look at the volume that came in. Wow. Well, let's see. I've got some. I'm out some. I've got some. And the key level here now is, well, the next high in the monthly chart is way up here at 4, around 415 or so. So that's, sorry, on the weekly chart. So that's the next high. We get anywhere close to that, I'll be pretty darn happy. Pretty happy as it is, guys. I mean, just wait for that 3 break. It looked like it was holding, and then it just went crazy. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:40, so another 2 minutes, approximately another 2 minutes before this might open, LAXT. Psychological, heavy, just psychological. I look at these whole numbers and I just think when they break, there's a lot more interest. Also, if you look here, pre-market, you can kind of see a little level up here, right around that 3. For me, it's just psychological. There's no scientific, there's no science behind it or anything like that, but I just think of it as the trader's mentality. Something takes out a whole number and it can start to go. The other thing too, I mean, it wasn't just that. Remember, we had 394 in the pre-market. So, and that's all traders are looking at. They're thinking, wow, what if I can get close to that? All right, we got another 10 seconds if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. So this is shaping up to be. There's, again, 350, 350. The halt's at 343, 350, 350. Again, that can change. It's not, this is none of what you see when something is in halt. These numbers here, these potential bid ask, nothing is written in stone. But you'd like to see it above where the halt is, that's for sure. Okay, obviously I'm just going to concentrate on that to see how it opens. And it's going to open in about 15 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Unhalted. Oh man, guys. I mean, this is awesome. Look at this. It's going to get, I took some out just over 4 and look, it's going to get, looks like it's going to get halted again. Not yet. Wow. You got to trade these, right? You've got to trade them. A lot of it, it's funny because I was watching, all I was watching was the time in sales, and it looked like it was stalled at around 420, 421, which I thought meant it was going to halt again. Oh man. I mean, this is what we try to do, just try to identify something that is going to do what the LAXT did or is doing. There's no guarantee, of course, but you just sort of, again, I always refer to a trader's mentality. Low float. These cancer PRs are right now, they are being really watched closely. Again, obviously I'm just watching this really closely. I don't want to see it collapse through 4. All right, guys, I don't have very much left. I'm just about done with it. Just about done with it. As it keeps holding this 4 level, but I'm not going to get greedy on it. Again, this is not recommendation for you to do the same that I did or I'm doing. You're way behind, Jack. 37 million now. All right, well, always a rush. As I say, it's always a rush when you get into one of these rocket ships. Now the problem is, how do you follow this up? I mean, if I weren't in a trading room right now, I'd be shutting off my computer and doing something else. But all right, what's happening in my watch list? Now it is 9:46, so nothing triggers in here until 9:45. You can see it right there. So the only way LAXT will trigger my watch list now is if it takes out the high LIXT. It has to take out the high of the day. I mean, it could, but it's going to have to get up to 450, and it could. And there's Box 3066 on the in my watch list, 3088. 3088 now. This is an all-time high for Box, BOX. Haven't even looked at the indices. So the NAS is up, Dow is up, SPY is up. All right, let's take a look at ACI. ACI from Real. ACI 32. So obviously you're looking to short this. It's an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Albertsons. So it's an earnings play. What do I see here? 32.55 is the low on the weekly chart. From yesterday, guys. Okay, forget it. I had an alert for Trib. This was from yesterday. Got all the way. It was an earnings play. Got all the way up to 155. Pulled way back though. And I thought, I think I have this on my watch list. No, I don't have it on my watch list. Yeah, Viru. Wow. Viru is really giving it up now. It has gone negative. No shorts available for me for Viru, VERU. Just keep an eye on that volume for the LAXT. Obviously, it's starting to dwindle, but still enthusiasm. There is still enthusiasm. The 5 isn't too bad. What time is it right now? 9:49. So this candle has another 6 minutes or so to close. Wow, look at it go. It's going to show up right there. See what I said? It just, wow. I mean, listen, I don't have too much left. I know I'm getting tongue tied here, but I don't have too much left. You know, that 4 level was really scary for me anyway. I almost got rid of it all, but just in case, just in case these things do this absolute insane moves, which is doing. Why? 4.2 million in the float. How can this happen? That's the reason. If you're unfamiliar with the float, look at that. I mean, 4.2 million in the float. That's the available number of shares to trade. Anything for me, anything under 20 million is very low. So the lower that gets, and when the stock has some news, so there's enthusiasm about getting into it. So high demand, low supply. It's that simple, like any other commodity on earth. Well, guys, I mean, I can't imagine. Well, it got up to five. It did get up to five. Actually, 499, 495 was the high. Just hard for me to believe it's going to take out five, but man, if it does, 479 is the next high looking left on the monthly. After that, we've got 719. Yeah, we've got something is going on here with this monthly chart at 418. Okay, give me a moment. Wow, nice move on the SPY, guys. Really nice move here on the SPY. Look at the Dow way up. NAS is up. SPY's up. Take a look at the SPY in the weekly, see where we're coming back from. So there we, the drift down over the last few days. But look at the monthly. I mean, really, nothing to see here. Really, there's not that much to see here. There's Reals ACI. Nice move for ACI on the way down. Now, KBH is up. How is the trade of the week doing then? What is it, IVY? No, it's not IVY. IVH? The ETF? No, what is it? IY something? IYH? How much I trade these ETFs? No. Somebody's going to help me. IYR, thank you. Interesting. So it is, I don't think it triggered. I think the trigger was what, 114 something or 112 something? So it did not trigger. I thought maybe with KBH on the run, I thought maybe the home builders would lift that ETF, but not yet anyway. Maybe KBH is just doing it on its own. It's not an earnings play. 110.75, thank you. Okay, guys, totally out of the LNXE now, okay? Totally out. Now, the only way I'd get back in is later on, if it somehow got that high again, 499. It doesn't mean if it popped to 499 right now, I would take it, but see how it trades. Ideally for me, if it somehow could start to, inch its way back up and get close to that 499, rest a bit, and then pop through on volume, that will probably get me back into it because there's still room for it to move if it wants to. Box is not doing too badly, 3066, 31 now from my watch list, all-time high. Not quite as exciting as the LAXT, but Well, if you're looking for something a little different, I mean, 141 million in the float, and that's the box. I mean, this is an all-time high. It just continues to power its way up. There is some news announces Box Canvas to power collaboration across the hybrid workspace. All right, so they did a little bit of news this morning for Box. Who's your broker, Justin? Not available for me. I think yesterday it was available at certain times, the Viru, but not available for me. Trade Zero, thank you. I know they had some yesterday at Interactive Brokers for the VERU. Yeah, I've heard that about Trade Zero. All right, guys. Well, I'm just going to kind of sit back and see what is happening. Some of my looking at some top lists now. APVO, APVO. So I did have this one, I think, on my list. Maybe I didn't. APVO. It did hit a high, excuse me, a high in the pre-market of 651. It's another low float, 4.5 million in the float. This is that's right. I saw you guys were talking about this. This is prostate cancer data. Okay. So this hit a high in the pre-market of 650 or so, and this is starting to come back, and another low float situation, 4.5 million in the float. Now, keep an eye on this APVO, guys. I mean, it's the same type of thing as the LIXT in terms of maybe that's a bit of a magnet, the pre-market high. I mean, it pulled way back. It actually got flat. I mean, when I say flat, basically, in fact, it may even got negative. Looks like it actually went negative based on yesterday's close, but it's definitely trying to come back. Yeah, the LIXT is not over yet, but I'm not in it. Yeah, the only thing I mean that prevents me from really hopping on this APOV is how brutal the pullback was to actually go negative. Wow, the LIXT is still alive here, guys. Boy, it takes out 5. I've got my alert set up here. It's probably going a little too quickly. I was hoping it might inch its way back up, settle underneath 5 for a bit, and then blast through on volume. TWI, let's take a look at TWI. It's Triumph, isn't it? Titan, not Triumph, Titan. Let's see. I don't see any news on it either. I'm just sort of scanning some headlines. Yeah, I don't see any news on it, TWI. Coming into probably, let's see, 1480. 1480 is the next high looking. So this has got room. I mean, 1480, that's the next high looking left on the daily. It's not a high float. It's not low, 62 million. BYSI. Beyond Spring, okay. Yeah, remember this high flyer in the pre-market, CYCC, this is now a lifetime low, guys. CYCC, big pop in the pre-market, $4. God, man, just collapsing now. Right, CYCC, it's just collapsing here. CYCC is just collapsing here, guys. I mean, the only problem is, I mean, had the initial news was the reaction was very positive, of course. No, I mean, you're right. The LAXC is not giving it up yet. It is not. But I'm holding out for a 5 break. In fact, why don't I do this? Okay, what time is it now? 10:04. Show you how you can do something like this. I'm going to take in the simulator. And you go 300 shares. Okay, buy limit. I'm going to put $5 just to show you how you can do something like this. Okay, and send the order. Okay, and you'll see a blue line. You'll see a blue line on the chart that says $5. So if LAXT hits $5, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how you can do a conditional buy order. Of course, you could have put, if you rather would take it on a pullback, you could have put the price underneath the current price. But just showing you how you can do that. Again, you won't have this configuration here in Interactive Brokers. Today's marketing meeting, I'm going to ask when this will be released. But for you to do it, you'd put in the price and the stop boxes, you'd put the same price and click the buy button, and that would do it. All right, so for the APVO, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a price alert up around 540. There are little highs there. See if it takes it out. But the big problem again is that was a massive pullback. Aha! Genius! Just opened. Remember I was talking about the how I look at the IPOs? So no, why don't I have it here? There we are. So wow, that's a big open, guys. So 3.3 million, 5 to 6. That was the projected, and obviously it's way above that, way above it. and it's halted already. So Cam, I don't know if you're in the room, but we look at these really low offerings, low price offerings, not just low price, but also low number of shares offered. And these can go absolutely crazy. So obviously right now, and this is halted. No, not very much volume. It just, yeah, I mean, it just opened. And it's not showing up in my halts resumes because it is underneath 20,000. I do have a volume minimum. Wow, Viru is really giving it up. Congratulations, anybody who had shorts available for this one. This has been basically straight down. Not yet, anyway, Zach. This is at the mercy of the of all you shorters out there right now. No, man, this is going to be really interesting. You see where this opens is GNS. So this got halted, I guess, well, right here. I don't have it in my halts resume, so I don't know the exact time of the halt, but it should open momentarily, I guess, GNS. The ideal thing for me is a pullback, some kind of a little pullback, and then maybe a pop over that high, and that could just get it, running. I mean, we've seen these. It's nonsensical sometimes what happens, and this is where are they out of? Yeah, it's out of Singapore, so it's nonsensical. One moment, please. This is just for you, legal. There you go. The Chloe alert. Okay. Okay, Chloe. All right. 10:06:58. Thank you, Dano. So 10:06:58. So if it is a 5-minute halt, so it's obviously well, okay. It's 10:11:17. So just before 10:12. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, and so for me, ideally it would pull back somewhat. And then at some point later, it would take out that high, and that could get me into this, okay? That's how I would play, but highly risky. All right, if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open in 10 seconds. And boom. Nope, that was anticlimactic. So it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt for the GNS. Probably legal. Let's take a look at WULF from Shady. Actually, I'm surprised. Now, let's see. Why wouldn't this be showing up? Oh, I know why. One of the filters I have in my 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, it is a 10-day daily breakdown, but it's also got to be 40 cents below the open. So it is not 40 cents below the open yet, anyway. And that is the WULF. And they're doing a stock offering. And what is the price? At Okay, they're making me do some math here. So it looks like the offering is at 664, 665. So it's below the offering price now, 621. Meanwhile, I mean, look at this is how whippy things can be. Look at this, again, 1.75 million in the float. Wonderful when they're going up, but look what happens when they go down. So, I mean, this triple U hit what, 6 in the pre-market, almost cut in half. Not quite, but almost cut in half. It's actually showing up now. It is actually showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. All right, I have to put an alert here. I'm going to put an alert underneath the price here around 1622. I just want to know when it opens. And I'll put an alert just above it. Actually, I'll bracket it just a little bit tighter. Okay, so now when it opens, I should know about it. It'll pop up in my price alerts window. Wow, this is really, all right. I think QLGN. Okay. I think we saw this one yesterday, briefly, maybe. QLGN just got halted. It's a sub $1 stock, QLGN. Why is it trading this low? No. I mean, I'm not trying to be flip, but people are just dumping the shares. I mean, they had some news in the pre-market, but at the pop, people are obviously traders aren't that impressed by the news. So, because if you're wondering, it's a question from our YouTube room, like why is it trading so low? I mean, if you're wondering how this can happen, well, okay, you get enthusiasm, and then people wanting to short it or taking profit, and then it is shortable. For me also, 19,000 shares at Interactive Brokers, so it's probably shortable many platforms, but I don't know, maybe people are looking at the news and deciding that it's not as good as it seemed to be. Understand, Emmanuel, when I mention these, it doesn't mean take the trade. I'm just pointing out, things that are happening. This is halted. That's all I'm doing. I'm not saying take the trade or anything like that. These are just pointing out like ideas. This is not necessarily even an idea. It's just fact. Right now, this is just fact. I have to see what happens when it opens. You can see right now, 84.84 from 77. I don't get too interested in these unless they break $1. Now, I think, yeah, I did see this BCTX. I have it in my, wow, look at that, watch list 1130. Ooh, was this shortable? Son of a gun, this was shortable too. Oh, wow. It's just time and sales, Emmanuel. It's just time and sales. So if you go to file and then new window, okay, and then scroll down and where it says time and sales. So this is just the time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Wow, what a short here, guys. I mean, 11:30 for my watch list. I said every single day I got to pay more attention to my watch list. All right, now BCTX just shows up here on my the 10-day daily breakdown, but it's already pretty extended, so pretty tough to get too enthusiastic about it, in my opinion, from the 10-day daily breakdown. And the reason it didn't pop earlier, I'm not 100% sure. The relative volume certainly was high. Boy, this GNS, so the GNS, again, what time was that? 10:06. So we are at, boy, this is going to be, no, it's more than a 10-minute halt. Yeah, I mean, look at this. So there's your news. I mean, open at 15.11, IPO price at $6. So, I mean, anything can happen. I mean, we've seen these crazy ones on the day of. I mean, believe it or not, go to like 40, 50, 60, $80. I'm not saying this is going to happen with this one, of course, but that's why I do want to know about these when they do open. Yeah, I think I think LAXE is done. The only way, I mean, listen, if it gets over 4 again, I'll stick an alert around 417 just to see if it gets over 4 again. But it is really pulled back quite a bit now. Yeah, I mean, guys, I mean these cancer PRs now. That's what Zach is saying. The ask is now at, well, 99. But these cancer PRs, we hardly saw any for, well, months and months and months. Wow, BCTX. I did not take it because I thought it was a little too extended, but, and there's your wolf, Shady. It is showing up now. It is showing up now in the 10-day daily breakdown. What did I say the financing was? Around 665 for the WULF. Wow. Don't understand the question. How not to be sold out of a short position. I don't understand what you mean. Wow. Well, there it is. There it was in my watch list at 11:30. And even in the 10-day daily breakdown that I thought it was too extended at 9:54. Now here's the wolf. Now my bias is right now no, because I have this problem with taking something so close to a whole number. Well, okay, if you got into the trade at 11:30 from my watch list, I mean, okay, so it had to pop up at 11:30 before that happened, before that little move up. I mean, it got all the way down to 10:30, so there's a dollar. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, you've got to trade them. And here, 954, before it moved up, it got all the way down to 884. I mean, again, you've got to trade them. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Yeah, that's not nice news about New York subways, obviously. Boy, they're really keeping this GNS away from everybody. Well, again, you've got to trade it. I don't know what you want from me. You've got to trade it. Depends where you got in. I think you're talking philosophically, right? Again, if you took this on the 11:30 right there, I mean that was wonderful until it pulled back up. You've just got to trade it. I'm not in it. I didn't take it. Okay, I'm not in it. All right, the QLGN did open and oh God, yeah, 114. Again, we're in now. Again, PRs with cancer in the name, guys. Now we're in that, and it just got halted again. Just got halted again. Well, you've got to be really okay, eyes. I mean, I don't know how to help you really. I mean, you've got to be you've got to be watching it very, very closely. You know, watching the time and sales, see how it's trading. All right, guys, 10:26. So I'll go in my little spiel now. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. Okay, yeah, these sort of trades are not for everybody, okay? You've just got to be really, really diligent about watching. So on my homepage, you click on my link, and this is what you're going to see. We do have a nice promo on still. It's an Easter promo. Remember, the market's closed on Friday, Easter Friday or Good Friday. So Easter 20% off the first month or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and here's how much it costs. We have an annual. So we have an annual and monthly for premium and standard, okay? So the big one, premium, 2,000 less than 20%. The standard is 1,000 less than 20%. And again, I flat out, the premium is, I mean, the usual reason why people want to take a look at our premium service is for the AI. AI has been really, non-existent for the last 3 weeks. Very few alerts, very few profitable, well, very few alerts. Anyway, but that's what it is. I'm thinking that, when we get into earnings season in about 2 weeks, well, we get some of the lower tiered ones releasing earnings, probably get a lot more action, but I can't promise that, but that is what premium is. You don't have to take on an annual subscription. You go monthly, 118, 228. You'll get the 20% discount off the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if within 30 days you decide you really want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 20%. But you don't have to take an annual. You go month to month. And again, I always say this: do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product, because you have to look at the terms and conditions of refunds. Okay. So try us out for a month. All right. And if you really want to upgrade to an annual, great. But you could always stay at a monthly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that either. So if you do just start off, is that open GNS? Oh, look at that. I mean, look at the GNS. I mean, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying, guys. You get these really insane ones. I mean, I'm talking insane. I mean, there's no reason for this. The reason is 3.3 million released. That's the reason. And this Boosted seems to have a reputation now, and it just got halted again. I mean, I'm not in this, but wow, who knows where this is going? And usually these things are not shortable on the first day or second or even third for most brokerage platforms. So there's not a lot of downward pressure by shorting. All right, if you are starting out with trade ideas, do this first before you do anything else. Click on the Let's Get Started. And it's about a 30-minute long video, segmented. Starts off with a download an application or installation, first startup and login, etc. Okay, it's about 30 minutes. Do that first, okay, please. Now, once you've done that, now I should go. So in my homepage, lots of free stuff. The trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all of the education is here. So if you've gone through the Let's Get Started first, now you can take a look at the user guide. You click on the user guide, and you'll see we've got all sorts of different segments: alert windows, top list windows, how to create sound alerts, price alerts, our racing feature. Okay, so it's all segmented. So once you've done that getting started, you can take a look at the user guide, and the user guide, it's all, here are the table of contents, all searchable. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. All right, you can pick and choose what you want to, what you're interested in. Here's that getting started again. Daily support session. So today is Tuesday. I guess there was a webinar yesterday. So we're on the Monday webinar rotation this month or this week. Next week, it'll be the Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all. I'm sorry, I'm ahead of myself. Here are the webinars. So sorry, I'm ahead of myself. The daily support session. So I do take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today being Tuesday, I believe it is Steve Gomez who will be taking over in our YouTube room at noon Eastern. Before I take my break, I'll put the link in so you can head over there. And Chris is there between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday, okay? Here are the webinars. So this week, it's Monday, Wednesday. Next week, it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, if you're new to trading, watch these videos. It's all free. It starts off with what is a stock? So that's all the free stuff. Now, obviously, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas if you want my scans. Here are my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. So those are the scans that I'm sharing. And let me size my window over here. Whoops, I think no, guys, I think you guys can hear me on YouTube. I think I accidentally got out of the main trading room. Just give me a moment here. All right, guys, sorry about that. Oops. All right, sorry about that, guys. I accidentally shut down the browser, so we should be good to go again. Yeah, we should be good now. Give me a moment. Okay, just want to make sure in the main room you guys can hear me and you can see the screen again, right? Just want to make sure. Yes and yes. Thank you, JJ. Okay. All right, where was I? I think I was talking about ooh, look at TROO. This also was halted. This is halted, now it's resumed. Wow, CYCC, guys. I mean, even that from the 10-day daily breakdown, 249, 229 now. Here's another one showing up, MYOV in the 10-day daily breakdown. And the QLGN, I'm afraid to look where it is now. Wow, $1.30. Only up 121%. Now, this is not a crazy low float either. 32 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. TROO, let's see if there's any news on that one. I don't see any specific news. I'm always try to slow down when I say this in case there's a headline that I can I don't see any specific news. Now the QLGN just got halted again. Man. Now this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This is shortable. Not many, 15,000 shares. So if this gets absolutely, well, it already is absolutely crazy, but crazier, and there's still shorts available, but you got to be awfully careful. Look at this. Look at these gap ups on the halts. There's a halt there, and there's a gap. Halt there. There's a gap. Well, let me try to continue. If you're looking for scans, okay, I showed you how you can have my scans, more scans here. If you click on new, dock channel bar, all these channels here, these are all theme based channels. So my advice, take a look at them. If you see a scan you like, just save it to the cloud, go to the next channel, save it to the cloud, etc. And that way you can build your own layout without actually having to build a scan from scratch. You can always make adjustments, of course. If you right click, configure, summary, that is kind of the theme. When you look at an alert window or a top list window, just check to see what it's looking for. That's what you do. Right click the window, configure summary. English language, it's telling you what it's looking for. So in this particular case, if the stock is between 1 and 50, etc., and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see this. Okay? So go through the different channels and extract the ones you like, and then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout with scans that we have developed for you. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, no problem. Right click on an alert window, and you'll see, if you click on search, you'll see all of the alerts that we have when you see those icons. When I scroll down and I get to these icons, these are the filters. Do not get hung up on how many alerts and filters that we have. What we did as a company is saying, you know what, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language to create their scans. So we tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but obviously you don't have to learn them all. All right, GNS. Okay, now as crazy as it sounds, I'm going to stick an alert at the high here, 2206, and see if it takes that out later on. As crazy as it sounds. It doesn't. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing I'm doing. Okay. All right. Wolf took out that. Sorry, it took out the 6, guys. It did take out 6. So the next low looking left now gets it more interesting to me. 545. So they did the financing. I believe it was 6. Around 650 or so. 645, 635. Okay, Chloe. You can hear her. I know that, but she's right there. All right. So let me talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus, that we call Brokerage Plus. You've got to practice trading, okay? I'm going to emphasize this a lot. Before you start committing money to the market, practice trading. So in the video, in the link, the Brokerage Plus link that I popped in there were 2 videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? again, you can only use it if you have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account. And it's only available if you're using our web-based version of the product, it is not available. But again, listen carefully. If you don't have IB or E-Trade as your broker, it doesn't mean you, excuse me, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we do. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. It just, you won't have this feature available. Okay. And please don't ask about other brokerages. Yeah, we'd love to have every broker, so you can use this window, but please don't ask me about any other broker. I have no idea when or if that'll happen. Now, the other big reason to use this is as a simulator. The second video in that link I put in, it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. And I like to demonstrate it as a simulator, okay? Paper trader. Again, if you're new to trading, please practice trading first. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're still deciding about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, okay? And then our standard service. Do I manage the TI Twitter account? No. I have nothing to do with that Twitter account. And if you have any comment about it, you can go to info@trade-ideas.com, okay? I got nothing to do with it. It was terrible English. I have nothing to do with it. So again, to practice trading, you saw what I did earlier. I put in an order to take this LIXT if I got up to 5. All right. Now, obviously, it's not there. It may never happen. But that's how you can practice, taking a trade. If I wanted to, let's say I wanted to take this trade, okay, the QLGN, but I don't want to take it right now. I want to take it on a pullback. Interactive Brokers, can you use IB? Yes, it's a Canadian. Well, it's not Canadian. It's an international brokerage, and yes, it's available in Canada. Yeah, there were never any IB, not today anyway. Yesterday, I know there were some shorts for Viru, but at Interactive Brokers, but none today, unfortunately. Yeah, GNS halted on the way down. Okay. Well, that's why but if it takes out that high later on, it may not. I mean, it may just collapse right back down to 6, but I will be aware of it if it happens. Okay, just looking. So what I wanted to do was take a trade, show you how you can take a trade as a pullback. Because I know a lot of people like to do that. All right, let's say for argument's sake, you wanted to take CMRX, okay, but you don't want to take it right here at 498. You'd like to see if it pulled back maybe to 490 or something, or down here, 483. You want to take the trade. So again, you would pick how many shares, and how many shares you will take will be determined by the amount of risk you're willing to take on the trade, how much you're willing to lose on the trade if it works against you, which of course comes into play with the stop loss, etc. But let's just do 400 shares. Again, this is hopefully this way of order entry will be available to you guys soon. But what I'm doing here is I'm going to put that 480 in both boxes for you guys. You just have to put it in the two boxes, I think price and stop, okay? So I'm going to, that's not 440, I want to put 480. And now I send it. And you will see, hopefully, I may be hung up. Again, I'm on a development version. All right, guys, something went haywire there. Unless I forgot to click, maybe I forgot to click the buy first. I don't really like this order entry. I think there's too many steps, but you know, I am not, so let me just try it again. I think that's what I forgot to do. But I'm in the minority, so there we go. Oops, no. All right, there we go. Okay, so you see the blue line appeared on the chart. So if CMRX, sorry, goes back down to 480, it'll take the trade on a pullback. So that's how you can practice pullback trades. Yeah, ATNM is showing up in my 10-day daily breakout. ATNM. Spike in volume is hearing traders circulate William Blair showing a $12.50 price target. Okay, so this is what's happening with this one. Okay. Wow, the wolf, guys, the wolf. Great early call by Shady. And then the break, you heard me say it, the break of 6 was key for me. The break of 6, I did not want to take it unless it broke 6. This is just accelerating down now. 545 is the next, that's what I was saying. The next low looking left is 545. Okay, well, Benzo, if you want, you can take out our standard subscription and you can practice trading just with our standard subscription. The other thing to do, if you're beginning to trading, okay, so let me, if you miss this, I'm gonna put my homepage link in. This is somebody in our YouTube room saying they stumbled on the room yesterday and is as a beginning trader. So if you click on my link, this is what you'll see. So if you go to the education section, click here. And then if you scroll to the bottom, it's all free. Back to basics, okay? So this is a great little video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and it starts off with what is a stock, okay? So that's what I would look at first before you do anything else. just to get used to the terminologies and candlesticks and all of that. So, oh yeah, listen. I mean, I have no recommendation. With this QLGN again, it just was brought to our attention because it got halted. So obviously, it's of interest. It doesn't mean when I bring up anything, it doesn't mean you guys have to do what I do or take a trade. Everybody has to make up their own mind. You have to have a certain trading. I have a certain trading style. You have to have a plan. You have to have a stop. You have to have money management. There's a lot that goes into it before you take that first trade or any trade. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm now back. Yeah, I mean, this QLGN, keeps making a new high. And, it's not a low float. I mean, 32 million is low, but it's not crazy low. And, real is very tongue in cheek, of course, but I mean, the program is called Trade Ideas. So again, every time when I see these alerts, it doesn't mean that I pile into the trade. These are ideas, I'll examine what I see. And if I like what I see, you'll hear me like the LIXT earlier today. I kept saying, well, guys, if it can take out that 3 level, I'm going to be very interested in it again. I took a small loss on it pre-market, about an 8-cent loss on it in the pre-market. Okay, because I did try to short it. I'm sorry, I went long. Sorry, I went long, and so I took a little loss in the pre-market, and I said, okay, if it gets back over 3 again, I am very interested. That doesn't mean you have to do what I do, but that's kind of how I lay it out. If you're listening to me and I'm saying something like that, and you're looking at that, yeah, I kind of see, yeah, that makes sense to me. If it doesn't make sense to you, then you don't do it. I said the wolf. Shady talked about the wolf very early on a short. I looked at it and I said, I don't like taking things until they break a whole number. It's that simple. I have a rule, if you want to call it. I just don't like taking things unless they break a whole number. Maybe it's silly, but that's just what I do. So, when you get into trading, you should have some kind of a checklist. You should actually be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. And if you can't check every box, then don't take the trade. Be selective. But that doesn't mean, you have to have 100 things to check before you take a trade, because obviously you'll never take a trade. And the reasons why I take a trade can be completely different from other people. most of my boxes are checked based on my scans. I don't have to worry about a price range. It's always going to be a price range I want. It's always going to be a minimum volume that I want. It's always going to be a minimum relative volume that I want. So a lot of things are already checked when I get an alert. And after that, then it's my sizing up what I'm seeing on a chart. But that's only going to come with experience. And developing a trading style. I mean, there are lots of people that, do not like to take trades, at the highs of the day or lows of the day if you're shorting. They'd much rather take a trade on a pullback, and that's fine. All right, guys. I am in nothing right now. I've covered my wolf short. I'm in absolutely nothing right now. So at this point, 10:58. So yeah, I still have about an hour before I do take my break. Morning, Craig. Now, this ZNTL, it showed up yesterday. I found it very whippy. They showed up yesterday in the 10-day daily breakdown. I found it a little too whippy, but I mean, it's showing up again, ZNTL on the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, okay, now this was shortable for me. QLGN was shortable for me a little while ago, but they've been snapped up. I think there were about 15,000 shares in Interactive Brokers, but they've been snapped up. All right, well, things have slowed down for me a little bit here now. I'm not getting too many new alerts, which is fine. Now, let's take a look at Zach's topping scan, ZTO 2646. So that's moved that moved down. I don't know how, probably couldn't, I don't know how easy it would have been to get this one. Yeah, probably it spiked up and was right down again. William will tell me. And on the bounce, BCTX 987. All right, well, yeah, so I mean, when we got that alert though, it really cruised down, right down to 890. I'm talking about Zach's bouncers and toppers. These are not easy, all right? Not easy if you're new. Again, it's one of the scans that I am sharing. Guys, you know what's coming back is the LIXT. It may not be over. You know, it's curled a little bit, takes out that 4. It could have another run again because of that very, very low float, 4.2 million in the float. Ah, it was a good exit for me on the Wolf short. You can see that now, a little bit of a bounce now. Well, you know what, Shady, you were right. I mean, that was far enough away from the whole number at 633. I think I was probably wrapped up in doing other things, but you know, then when it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, bit of a confirmation, 611, and then waited for the 6 break. And hey, I mean, on a percentage scale, you know, that did very well, even if you waited for the 6 break. Oh, it is shortable again. Oh, it was shortable. Yeah. All right, guys, a bit of a breather now. So take a look at this, okay? So there's the Viru. So what you're seeing here, this was a trade that I took yesterday in the simulator. I got out of it in the pre-market. Okay, so only had 100 shares, you know, demonstrating how, in fact, that I think that was I can't remember if it was a conditional buy order. It doesn't really matter. So when I got out for a $269 profit, okay? This is what you love to see, distance from the exit price. So from where I got out at 13.48, it is $3 under. Now I can pat myself on the back and say that's a great exit, right? I mean, obviously, that's what you want to see. You want to get out of something, and then after you get out, let it fall. Well, yeah, Benzo, my checklist is really just based on minimum volume, things like that. But different scans have different minimum volumes. So I probably won't look at anything less than 200,000 shares. Okay. Typically, it's going to be way more than 200. But at the beginning of the day, you know, stocks would be just starting to ramp up. And for me, you know, I concentrate, I concentrate on stocks between probably no more than $30. Some scans, though, I mean, this is, I think, 1 in 20 or 1 in 25. 1 in 20. That's me. Okay. Again, you have to develop your own trading style. So I don't really have anything to share because some of the scans are a little bit different. But you know, if I were starting out, I probably wouldn't want to look at anything less than 200,000 shares. And then you have to decide what sort of price range makes sense for you. That's why, though, practice in the simulator. See what works for you. You know, at the beginning, you'll have no idea what's working for you but you can take my scans and you can take a look at them and you can adjust them. But you have to be a member, of course. You have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to my scans, and you can take a look at them. We've got a lot of scans here. You know, all these are all channels. They have a lot of scans in here. You take a look at them. You can, and every scan, if you right click, configure, summary, it'll tell you what the scan is looking for. But you know, your idea of a price range and mine might be completely different. But this is kind of a checklist, you know, for this particular scan. I mean, again, if you're new to trading, the first thing to do is take a look at that video series, okay? Never mind about what my checklist is or somebody else's is. I would take a look at that video series first if you're brand new to trading, just to get the terminologies down. After that, you can start to, you know, say, okay, I wouldn't mind being this type of a trader. You know, I think I like the concept of a stock pulling back to a certain price rather than, you know, only taking trades when they're near the high of the day or the low of the day if you're shorting. All right, guys, I'm out of everything. I'm just going to take a look at some of my top lists, so, and see if there's anything interesting. See, remember the CMRX? The CMRX is, well, let's take a look left. Yeah, 528, so there might be too much resistance. The next high is too close for me, you know, and I put that, I put in the simulator, I put that as a take the trade on a pullback to 480, but now that it's running, I wouldn't want to take that trade. You know, it would be more if it was staying in this area and it pulled back. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do this in the simulator. So at this point, I can go to the orders and right click and say, you know what, I don't want it anymore. If it pulls back, because, you know, pulling back as it keeps moving higher and higher, that can mean the end of it, you know, as opposed to a pullback to a nice level and then a bounce off it. So but let me talk, now that my alerts have sort of dried up, let me talk a little bit about money management then, okay? I'm going to cancel that order. I'm going to demonstrate it using CMRX. CMRX. So again, when you get into trading, got to have a bunch of reasons why you're going to take the trade. If you can't check every box, then don't take the trade. Let's just pretend that everything you know, looking at CMRX, everything was checked. I just want to use this one as an example to demonstrate money management. So the bid ask is 502, 503. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. The spread is okay. Okay, so it took the trade at 504. I'm going to put a stop at 484. I'm going to explain why. This is just to make the math easy. You're going to see a red line will appear on the chart at 484. Okay, and you see it says minus 100. You can see that, well, if you can't, it does say minus 100. So what that means is if CMRX got down to 484, I would be taken out for a $100 loss. So bunch of concepts here. So when you get into the trade, again, you have to check every box. So let's assume every box was checked, okay? Now, you have to have a price. In my opinion, anyway, the way I trade, I have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work for me. Because just because I can check every box doesn't mean the trade's going to work. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade because that's the next concept. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. Now, how did that happen? At 484, Well, I took 500 shares, and if I divide, and the difference between my entry for 504 and 484 is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. So I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. It varies depending on the difference between my entry and my stop. Now, the next thing is, okay, great, I kind of get that. Where do I put my stop? Well, where I do it typically is I kind of size up a chart, be no less than usually a 5-minute chart. And I think, okay, if it breaks down through what I consider maybe a support area, a lot of action at a certain price, and it breaks down below that, I want to be out of the trade. If you're new to trading, probably a real simple way to do it would be maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, because that is a defined price. You don't have to kind of, size up a chart and kind of guess where you think some resist or some support might be. So the low of the previous 5-minute candle can be a good way for anybody starting out trading to start, because it's a definable, you know what that number is. So when you get into the trade, you know what the low of the 5-minute candle, previous 5-minute candle is. You can use that as your stop. So the difference between where you got in and that low, and then divide that into, you can try risking $100. That will share size you. So there's a lot, there's a lot going on. That's why you've got to practice trading. Money management is critical if you're taking this seriously. Trading isn't all about, oh, I think I'll take this one. Oh, it didn't work. I lost some money. Oh, I'll take this one. Oh, it worked. Made some money. Oh, I'll take this one. Lost some money. Okay, you got to have a reason for taking a trade. And that is developing your trading style, your plan, whatever you want to call it. Now, if your trading style and you keep losing, you better change your trading style. But that's why you practice in a simulator. Again, take our standard service, and then you don't need a broker. It uses our real-time data, and you can practice. And the next very important step is obeying your stop. Super simple in a simulator to obey your stop. And so if it goes to 484, you get taken out, but it's only play money, right? Very, very, very different when you start trading. But here's harsh reality. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. Okay, if you can't make money in a simulator, just forget about trying to trade using real money. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't translate to making money when you start trading. The reason being is that all of a sudden emotions come into play. When it's real money, you see your P&L whipping up and down. Okay, all the discipline that you practice in a simulator throwing out the window. It can. I'm not saying it's going to happen every time, but one of the things is not obeying your stop. You first start, you practice for a while, you get good, you're making money in the simulator, now you're ready to roll. You take that first trade, you're all excited, and it's not working, and it starts drifting down to your stop price. That's when you start second guessing. Man, maybe that stop isn't correct. I know I said the below the previous 5-minute candle, but maybe that's not correct, because man, everything was lining up. Great news, great chart pattern, great everything. It can be the most sensational setup in the world, and they still may not work. So obeying your stop, for me, that was the hardest thing for me to finally realize that I had to do. Because when you start off, it's really easy not to obey your stop. Because what can happen is you don't obey your stop, so that $100 manageable loss turns into $200, $300, $400 loss, and then you kick yourself. You get out finally, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Almost as worse, though, is not obeying your stop, and you're down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around on you, and now you're up $200 or $300, and you pat yourself on the back for not obeying your stops, saying, "Man, I'm so glad I didn't." Can it happen? Of course it can. But my experience, not obeying your stop, is just absolutely not the way to go. I'm not saying that, every time you have a stop and you don't obey it, doesn't pop back up. Of course it can happen, but you want to last? And I had to learn the hard way. Now I don't care. I just obey my stop. I get out of the trade, and I can always get back in. If it sets up the same way that it happened before, I can just say to myself, well, maybe I was a little bit early. I can always get back into the trade. Commissions are so cheap, that is not a reason to get out of a trade. So off my soapbox, guys. I'm just going to emphasize that practice trading before you do anything else. Now, the other thing for me is that my stop is here at 484. Okay, this is in the simulator. But if I don't like the way it's trading, if I think, you know what, I just don't like the way this is trading, maybe the market's turning against me. I just don't like, maybe I just don't like the way it's trading. The volume is drying up, no more enthusiasm. I can always get out early. My stop is the worst I want to do on the trade. But I can always reserve the right to get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. Why is AT&M showing up on my watch list? I don't know. Well, I shouldn't say I don't know. I mean, it had the pre-market pop, so it was something that could be interesting to follow. So we had an alert at 661. It got up to 750 for a pull back. I would say that's not bad. It's just a watch. I mean, why is it showing up? It's meeting some filter requirements. Again, these are intraday trades, most of them, right? I mean, you've got to trade them. You can't expect that, you get an alert and it's just thing is going to just keep whatever you're in, that is just going to keep going higher and higher and higher. But I would take a trade if I got in at 661 and it popped up to 750. I would say that's a huge winner. It's almost $1 on a $6 stock. That's a huge percentage increase. But do they all do that? Of course not. Interesting from day to day how this scans. I mean, yesterday, Zach scanned. Now, I don't know if he's got a new one or not, but I mean, the bounce plays and the topping plays, full all day long. Only 3 alerts. Oh, well, 2 different stocks. I mean, we had 2 alerts for BCTX, but only two stocks today. Yesterday it was full. I don't use the compare count, Bill. So I don't know how it can assist the decision to enter a day trade. I really don't. I don't use a compare count window. Compare count window, it's just looking at competing strategies, but I don't use a compare count window, so I can't answer that question. Question in our YouTube room was, how can a compare count window be used in day trading? There may be a way. I do have a compare count window that I set up a while ago, but I don't use it anymore. I mean, I'll load the compare count window that I do have. I mean, it's all right. So here it'll start. So what compare counts do is they basically take competing strategies and they sort of work off each other. So movers to the upside, I mean, there are more filters involved, but movers to the upside greater than 300,000 volume versus the movers to the downside greater than 300,000 shares. There are more filters involved, but it's almost like this: basic new highs versus basic new lows. Okay. It's like you take a strategy, an alert window, and you just say, okay, what's winning? You know, if I look at the configuration, so in this particular case, it's looking, here's the price range I'm looking at. The volume is 300,000 shares. So you can't what we call flip these, but I can flip this. The price is up 2%, okay, from the close, and the new highs. Of course, I can flip that. So with all these other filters in place, what's happening with ones that are moving down 2% and making new lows? Are there more of those than doing this, making new highs with these filters in place? So that's what this. So right now, when I loaded this, 70%, are on the upside, and this is so how I mean, I suppose I could use it, but I don't. But this is a real-time alert, PXS. FLNC making new lows here. I mean, they're drawing your attention, to these symbols. It's like anything else. I mean, these are real-time alerts, so drawing my attention to these in this fashion. So, in theory, if you clicked on one and you liked the way it looked in terms of a chart, then you can trade it. And it's one of the ones I'm sharing. But for instance, I mean, you could compare counts. For instance, you could say, okay, show me. You can take the energy sector as an example. Compare the ones that are going up versus the ones that are going down as an example. Healthcare, ones that are going up versus the ones that are going down. So I get an alert for geo. I mean, obviously, this is going to, show me a little bit what the market's doing too. When 87% are on the upside versus only 13% on the downside as we speak, which makes sense as you see the market, trying to move up. All right, guys, not too many alerts coming in now for me. It's just another way of visualizing things, Bill, okay? I could take these two windows right there and turn them into a compare count, okay? This is just basic new highs versus basic new lows, okay? It's just another way of visualizing what's happening, that's all. Some people love this, they like to visualize it in this fashion. There's nothing wrong with that either. Because it's like a ticker, some people really like that presentation of things making new highs or new lows with certain filters attached, as opposed to having two different alert windows. The only difference is you can't get a sound alert on here, but if you like looking at the classic ticker, then this might be for you. And when I say to you, Bill, I'm talking in general. I'm hearing see, for instance, I'm hearing AGLA here. I'm getting, because I've got text to voice here. So I'm hearing it here, AGLE. I'm seeing it here. So it's just a different presentation method. Now that I'm seeing this, maybe I should be using this more. Okay. And this is, again, I'm sharing this one. You know, if you go to my home page, it's called the compare count. So guys, let's see, 11:27. So I'm in nothing right now. I'm just sort of resting here a bit. The other thing to think about is don't be desperate to trade. All right. You know, be selective. I mean, we talk about the checklist and all that. Be selective. You know, don't get anxious. I'm not in a trade. I better get into a trade. I got to be in a trade all the time. No. Now there are some real junkies in this room, and you know who you are, and you've got to have the action all day long, minute after minute after minute. That's not the way I trade, but you know, I'm not dissing anybody who trades like that, but especially if you're new, I wouldn't personally. Now, I wouldn't be in more than one trade at a time if you're new. Myself, I'm in rarely more than two trades at a time, even if I'm moderating a room. You know, I never was what I would call like a super active trader, and certainly not in more than, usually, I'm not in more than two trades at a time. Oh my gosh, you must be going through a withdrawal right now, William. Not in a trade for 13 minutes. And I kid everybody. I mean, listen, I mean, there are people here, and listen, if you can do it, and as long as you're not scalping yourself to death and eating up your account, great. And I'm not talking to you specifically, William, just in general. All sorts of different trading styles. One of the reasons why I only want to be in a couple of trades at the same time usually is I like to manage my trades. You know, I don't want to be in 5 or 10 trades at the same time. Then I'd have to rely on you know, on the computer, the brokerage, putting in stops and all that, automate the trading and on my stops and profit targets. I don't want to do that, but I'd have to do that if I were in lots of trades at the same time. Two trades at a time. You know, I've you know, you don't see. I mean, I've got a thumbnail chart over here, so thumbnail chart. So when I'm in a trade, it's there, and I keep an eye on it. LGVN. Uh-oh, on the upside. Yeah, sort of. Yeah. Trying to crawl back. So, I mean, you can see since I opened this compare count window, the ones with these filters in place. So again, just to reiterate this. So stocks that are making new highs with these filters in place, 50 cents and $30, 300,000 shares. Volume in the last minute is 300% of normal, up 2%, versus all these other filters will be the same, except comparing it to stocks that are making new lows, down 2% with these other filters in place. So right now, I mean, look what the market's doing, and you can tell. I mean, look at the market. So 90% are up versus 10% down. Now, what is this silly one doing? Wow. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now, look at the spread though, guys. 21, 23. It's kind of untradeable. I mean, that spread won't matter if it hits 40, but yeah, I mean, look what happened. Oh, I see. It was halted and then it resumed. Man, that is a massive, massive gap. That got halted really? That got halted at 1755 and it opened up here at 23. Wish I'd seen that. No, look out now. Oh, brother. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. 11:33. I'll be right back. About 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. What is this silly thing going to do? 25.38. Now here's another. Is this another cancer? Another one that's under $1. And I don't trade stocks under $1, but we've seen now many of these coming out of the woodwork when they crack $1. Kind of like that QLGN earlier. And what did this QLGN get up to? I mean, that 150. So this MEIP And I'm noticing here, I got to chuckle. I mean, you got to laugh about all this stuff. Look at this. Brookline maintain coverage with a buy and target of 15 MEIP, Zach. Sorry. I know my diction sometimes is get excited. MEIP. So Brookline is put a target of $15 on this 60-cent stock. So again, if you're wondering about these targets that these analysts put on and say, well, is it going to get there? First of all, I'll delicately say this is an opinion, all right? It may never happen, probably won't happen. But what happens is that traders around the world see a headline like this and they just pile in sometimes. I mean, that's it. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay. And I have no idea. I mean, I'm not going to read about what they say about it, but these are they're eye-catching headlines, obviously. But let's see what they do. Because listen, all these little companies, they're seeing what's happening with these other stocks that mention cancer in a press release. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but that's what this is all about right now. And so they're not stupid. So they go, how can we craft a press release that might, say something about cancer in the press release? I mean, I'm not trying to be crass, but I mean, that is what it's all about right now. I mean, it's not unlike, when COVID was, obviously, unfortunately, the rage in 2020 I mean, that's all companies did, saying, hey, we're developing something, put COVID in the headline, boom. Crypto, we are going to accept crypto payments, boom. Or Bitcoin, boom. I mean, when the rage was there for that one, we're developing an NFT, boom. You know. So right now, it's these little companies, saying that, hey, we've got something to do with cancer. Yeah, we're opening a website, boom, in the .coms. All right, guys. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'm just going to confirm that it's Steve in the room. Yeah, Barry, that was having some fun internally here. Oh man, the shenanigans at Trade Ideas. All right, what's happening now? So this is what I'm going to do with this stupid one. I'm going to put an alert at $1, all right, for the MEIP. What's the high here? See, I mean, right there, the high is 90, is basically $1, okay? I'm going to put an alert right there. It probably won't happen today, and it may never happen. But I want to know about it if it does, because then you look left and you've got room to two almost, okay? And then with that little eye-catching headline of the $15 price target, who knows what could happen? Now, this is not a low float, 108 million in the float, so it's not a low float situation. But just put the price alert. If you're not using our price alerts, you're not using our product to its fullest. Now I can just forget about it, and if it happens, it happens. Meanwhile, look at GNS. Incredible. Cam, where are you? So we have some other ones. I think we have another one this week. Let's take a look. There was one other one I thought I had. Yeah, EE. Okay, now this is not quite as, see, this is not, probably not, nowhere near as dynamic as, because 16 million between 21 and 24, we've got some big names in it. I don't think, it's nowhere, it's not going to be as dynamic as this GNS was, so, but it will be released. I think it was Thursday. I think it's supposed to IPO on Thursday. You might have thought I was kidding about, something like this can go to 40 or 50 or whatever the same day. You might have thought I was kidding. I'm not in this. I'm not in this. Okay. Just to let you know, I'm not in it. All right, guys. Here's another interesting one. Maybe the Zixi, ZYXI. I look left on the monthly chart. 806 is the next high on the monthly chart. 769 is the next high, I think, or 708. And then after that, 769 on the weekly chart. So it's got a little bit of room if it can get through that 708. Okay, so the CMRX, so still in the simulator, not really doing too much. Now, the other thing about the simulator is that if I leave this, if I don't get stopped out, okay, and I leave this in overnight, that's how you can practice swing trading also. Now, if I were looking at this as a swing trade, you can't have a stop so tight. But you can practice swing trading in our simulator also. Just don't exit the trade at the end of the day. These are all hotkeys, so if I highlight this and I click flatten, I'll get out of the trade, or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. All right. Of course, I could go down here and select exactly what I want to do, but these are hotkeys. And I understand in the marketing meeting today, I'm going to ask, where are we with the addition of more hotkeys? I've seen a prototype. We have a lot more hotkeys available. So I don't know when that'll be released. I don't have it yet, obviously. I'm always on a development version, and but it's not even in a development build yet. But I've seen what it looks like. All right, here's another one, guys. Just cracking $1 USWS, but of course this is energy. It doesn't have the same probably following as some of these smaller the cancer plays, even the COVID plays. But USWS, fairly low float, 28 million in the float. Boy, that was much ado about nothing. The AGLE that popped after hours. It's some kind of FDA approval, or I don't know if it was an approval that they could submit. Probably that was it. But look at this. I mean, it's negative now. AGLE. Almost a lifetime low. Okay, guys, I'm going to put in the YouTube link. I have confirmed that it will be Steve in our YouTube room at noon, taking over for me for the hour while I'm on my break. Here, guys, I'm just going to check a couple of emails, see if there's anything that I should be responding to. Well, even the Eagle, AGLE had the alert at 221. But again, I really think two is going to block it. I mean, for a while anyway. AGLE. Boy, this is just yeah, getting crushed here. AGLE. All right, guys, again, I'm just winding this down another 5 minutes or so. Yeah, I'm glad I did not take this short on the ZNTL. I mean, it may work later on, but I just found it too choppy yesterday. The same thing's happening today with it. Here's another one that was flying high, just like the AGLE in the pre-market, BCDA. They had some little news. FDA okays a virus trial. That's all it is. They're saying, yeah, you can go ahead with your trial, and it just collapses. Haven't seen Peabody for a while. He used to be so active. BTU, yeah, he's doing his thing. Is it consolidating? Actually, GNS. Just take a look at the spread. Surprised it's not halted. It's a mate. Oh, I'm looking at BTU. I saw a 2 cent spread, but I still had BTU up and running. Yeah, so I mean, for it, a 35 cent spread is not terrible. It's 19 cents, 35. Yeah, so it's no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Bounces off that 30 level. I mean, the high right there is 33, 34 or so. Not for everybody, believe me. And just got halted. Just got halted. All right, guys, I want to put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up, so I'm going to put my announcement in on a break. Around 12:55. All right, Steve, I sort of see you in there. Can you hear me?
How about that? Can you hear me?
All right, guys, I think Steve is, I see him in the room. I just don't hear him yet. Now he's loading his screen.
Hello?
Just waiting for him to tell me he's in the room, ready to take over.
You can't hear me.
All right, Steve, you say you can't hear me, but you're in the room. Okay, so I'll stop. I don't know why you can't hear me, but you have it on the website on mute by any chance? Anyway, I'll stop now. Okay, you're
Right.
obviously in the room, so I'll stop now.
This should work. Let's just see here. Let me bring up the YouTube, make sure I'm getting everything correct. Sorry, guys. I don't mean for you to see that. All right. Trade ideas. Oh, not that one. Hang on a second, guys. I need to find. There we are. Let me check my mute. Awesome. Okay. All right. We're good to go. Hello, Bill. Hello, Michael. Hello, everybody. What do you guys want to talk about? I see. Generally, the Nasdaq is the weakest of the bunch. Qs remain below. The gap down below that 50 yesterday was huge, and now that's a giant hurdle as that 50 starts to roll over and tamp down on any attempt to break through that. So this market is still guilty until proven innocent, as far as I am concerned. Today's action. Let's get my illustrator. Today's action is just kind of more of the same. You got to be so careful with a gap up in this market right now because they don't last long. Matter of fact, what I have noticed is the stocks gap up and then they start to kind of give it back. That's what the Qs did. They gapped up, went a little bit higher, and they're making a pullback. S&P, same thing, gapped up, but is trying to really hold my favorite two lines here. 10 SMA, that's S&P is trying to hold that, but this is going to be interesting. At some point today or tomorrow, this 5-day moving average is going to come into play with the SPY price action, and I think that could get a little interesting. The only stuff I'm long is the kind of stuff you can drop on your foot. Silver, uranium, fertilizer, X steel. You can drop that on your foot. I don't have anything else on here, but the commodities, if we go to the sector board here, this DBC, look at this DBC chart. This is the Invesco DB Commodity Index Tracking Fund. Now, if you don't see that, you got to learn to start seeing that right there. This wedge that had been created has now resolved itself today, and I see no reason why it probably won't close nicely. The commodities are where the focus should be. If you don't want to short stocks and you want to go buy things that go from lower left to upper right, commodities, things you can drop on your foot and say, ouch, things you can burn like oil. That's where the money's headed right now. That's where the money's headed. Taking a look at what we're watching. Okay, so this, if you're not aware, I'm not going to use that ProGap scan anymore. This is the brand new curated list from Andy, myself, Michael when he comes back, Chris, Jamie. From a swing trader perspective, we all enter the symbols that we're watching for the following day, after the bell and even before the bell. And Andy is basically curating that list, that spreadsheet, and he's the one who determines after the opening, jam up, jam down, crazy volatility of the first 15 minutes, and the stock starts to stabilize. If it looks like it's going to do something, then Andy double curates it and drops it into this what we're watching list. And this is a global symbol list, meaning everybody gets to see it. So there's two ways you can do this. I will give it to you now, and it will work for you today, tomorrow, and into the future, because every day this is a curated symbol list from us. This is what we're watching. So I think you would probably want to load this scan and just have it up in the corner of your desktop and just peek up to it every now and then and see what it is we're watching. I think it's going to be a very beneficial feature, especially for new traders. It's going to add a lot of value to trade ideas as well. So X doing super well today. Again, commodity, steel for the most part, and the oil stock. Yep, this oil stock tried to get going, but then reversed, but should not be taken off the radar, which is a great point, you guys. You can always go back and you can look at what we were looking at yesterday. Just change the date. Okay, click, click, click on the date. And that'll kind of get you caught up with the stuff we've been watching, because there are things that are on a watch list from 3 days ago that maybe just took a little extra time, and today is the day. So you don't want to throw away yesterday and the day before's watch list. You kind of want to keep them. And here's what I recommend you do. If you get this list and you look at it, you go, X, okay, that's interesting. It's probably made its move. I'm not going to chase it here, but I'm going to click the heart button. The heart button now sends X over to my main watch list, the My Liked Symbols, which is available to everybody. It's basically a channel called My Liked Symbols with a heart on it. All you have to do is right click and save that to your cloud, and then open that from your cloud and your main layout, and then save it again. And this is basically, I'm constantly adding and removing stuff from here. We look up here, coal, agriculture, oil, uranium, copper, forget hood, gold miners, what's this one? Gas, pipeline. Look at all the green. That's where all the action is. All the other stuff is just not doing that great. But this is just my personal list. So to tie it together, what I would say is maybe go back if you're going to use this list, and when new things come on this list, make it a habit to come in and heart the chart so it gets thrown into your symbol list that you should be watching every day, that keeps action or keeps ideas fresh. I basically got rid of my channel bar because I don't use it, and I'm just expanding my liked symbol list. This one is kind of crazy. Let me see if there's any questions here. MGY, with respect to your process, it looks like the candle may close below the 10 on the 15. Would that be let's take a look at MGY and just see what we see. That's right there. Okay, so yeah, here's what I see. I see a nice base built at the backstop, 20-day simple moving average. 1, 2, 3, 4 days of nice push up through new highs. It's time for this thing to take a break. Here's our early warning system. what do we got? 7 more minutes. This thing can pop back up, but that's a pretty significant break. This is the kind of thing that gets my attention here. And if it gets, even worse, you could just sell it. But I like to wait until the candle at least closes to give me confirmation. But I don't have a lot of faith in this holding up, that is, because there's our move right there. It's time for a little bit more of that, a consolidation. So sometimes you get maybe at the most 3 days, 2, even a day and a half. I like to start taking profits after a day and a half, and then letting the rest of the lot just trail. But if I was trailing the remainder of the lot here, I'd be watching this real closely and probably take the cue that this candle is probably going to be a signal candle to get out if you're trying to play momentum. Doesn't mean it works every time, but for me, it works most of the time. That's my signal that the momentum is now dying. We do have 6 minutes left to see if that candle can close, but that's a pretty egregious candle. Can you set scanners by sectors? Yes and no. You can on the basic configuration. So if I take any configuration, this is just the S&P high-low. Currently, I'm using the symbol list called S&P 500. Well, I grabbed that from this tree of options over here. So you see, you could come down and you could go indices. What's going on? Oops, I don't want indices. Hold on a second. Let's go back here. Sector ETF. No, we don't want the ETF. All sectors. Let's see. Okay, so that's the one right there. All sectors at the bottom of this button. And these are pre-configured utilities, manufacturing, retail. So those are the pre-configured ones. You can incorporate those into your scan, but if you're really intent on doing something like that, here's what I would do. I would take the extra effort, go online and find the top 10 stock holdings of certain sectors. And you could even use ETF sectors. You could say, okay, well, I'm going to go to the XLF financials, go online, Google top 10 stocks found in XLF. What you're going to have to do, again, is take a little time, but create your own sectors. And trust me, it'll probably be worth the effort, because if you do it, you'll have it forever. So you basically need to come in and start creating symbol lists. You would create a new list, call this oil drillers, okay? And you Google the sector of oil drillers, and you one by one add those names into oil drillers. And once you've done that, you're comfortable that you've got a pretty good sector list of stocks that are going to represent that sector play. You can incorporate that into any one of your scans. Just like I pointed this scan towards the S&P 500 symbol list, S&P 500, you could come over here and point it towards one of the lists that you made for oil service or for retail. So Femi, I know it's a bit of work, but if you really want to get a payoff on that, I would do that, because the sector lists that we have built into the program already, they might be lacking. They might not have some of the best ones. So if you can find the time to do that, I would recommend that. The way I use sectors is I just have my sector list. I've been doing this so damn long that I really pretty much in my head have a Rolodex of what stocks belong in what sectors. But we always have, let's take a look at X, we always have this similar tab. So you could take it a step further, Femi. A stock you really like, go into, type it, X, go to similar. Oh, Nucor. I forgot about Nucor. Look at that. That's another beautiful, strong steel stock. I've never heard of XSC, but you can see the similar tab. If you type a parent symbol like X, having a wonderful day, say, show me all the companies that are similar to X, you're going to get another way to build that symbol list and beef it up for yourself. Really make it comprehensive. Yeah, the candle closing. Let's see. Let's check in on that. We're getting close. What was it? MGY. I don't have a lot of faith for this one. So if it does just languish and close right here, you're probably going to save yourself a lot of end of day anguish. Typically what it does is it just kind of bleeds. Once it breaks, the moving average rolls over and all the subsequent candles just kind of hang out under there. It's a waste of energy, capital, and emotion. But you do have 3 minutes. What is your read on the chart for ADP for swing? ADP processors? Yeah, data processors. Well, I don't like yesterday's chart. I don't like how it posted that same thing we just talked about on the 15 chart. It did it on the daily. All right. It should have held there yesterday. Now, granted, it's trying to hold today, but it's looking pretty slippery here on lows. I'm seeing a lot of red come through. What are the S&Ps doing? Are they giving up there? Yep, look at that. There you go. This is why I use this scan. When I start seeing red across the board on here, it's kind of like, whoa, what's going on in the market? Let me just take a quick look. Oh yeah, a lot of stocks hitting lows. The S&P is showing a red candle. So on that one, it looks like I don't trust yesterday's candle closing below the 10-day simple moving average. I think you might want to just maybe set a price alert down in here. Look at that 20 as a backstop. We could have some choppiness and then come down and maybe set a price alert to alert you when the price is coming down to the 20. And if you can start to get confidence as a swing trader buying off of these levels, just a half starter position, nothing special, nothing to get crazy about. You do that a few times and they tick down and back up and up and up and up, and all of a sudden you're in a winning trade with zero pain. It's so much more fun to take those entries than it is to take the entries up here after an extended move. Try and gauge the consolidation that's going to happen in the future in the coming days and use a simple price alert. Right click, price alert, and you can set your price alert right where you want it. And that way you've turned this blue line into essentially an alert that you've kind of pieced together slowly. All right, Femi, how about stocks that are in particular futures? If I want to have a scan that shows me stocks in the NQ and the SPX. Well, for the SPX, it's okay. So we don't have futures. So just to tell you that right off the bat, we can't monitor futures. All we can do is monitor U.S. equities and components of that. Oh, I'm on the wrong stock. I'll come back to that. I gotta fix this. APD, my dyslexia popped, got me good. We'll come back to that, Femi. For now, my system froze. It doesn't like. Okay, APD, whole different story in APD. Air products and chemicals, industrial gas. Okay, so they make industrial gas for manufacturing. Interesting. So what a tight little range this is. 254. Maybe if somebody has a calculator, you can tell me what the range is of 246 to 253. Let's see, 10%. 1% would be $2.50. I mean, this is like a 2% range, extremely tight. So it's got that going for it. It has been dancing with its 10 period moving average and hasn't really done anything yet, but maybe this 20 period will be the one to force the issue. I think you need to keep this on your watch list for sure. And again, you can come by and you can just say, if it takes out that high right there, gets close to that high, maybe I'd like to know about that in real time. And that might be the confirmation you would need to take that. Okay, so back to Femi. We don't track NASDAQ and S&P futures. So that's why I've got this right here, this S&P 500. I can see all the stocks in the S&P 500, the ones that are making new highs and new lows, and that's pretty much it. What happened to MGY? Well, what you could do here, if you really wanted to, is you could just put a stop right there at the bottom if you didn't feel like getting out, but you could put a hard stop at 26.10. And if this thing doesn't want to get back up and challenge, even if it does get back up and challenge, it still, I think, is going to run into some difficulty. Oh, you're talking the Plaza. You're talking about the TI strength alerts. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right, so I'm going to move this over here so we can see. So P10 obviously is an oil stock, probably doing well. Sure is. Sure is. BVN, mining company, drop it on your foot, it's doing well. So guys, in case you don't realize, this TI strength alerts is not human curated like the trade of the week is and like the eye is down here. This is basically the top candidates based on an algorithm that Michael Noss created. He's actually he's on leave right now, and Chris has the keys to it. So all he does is go in there, turn it on, and grab the top best ones. So everything I've been saying, commodities, oil, energy, drop it on your foot, it hurts. That's the stuff that's being that's of interest right now. So far, we've got nothing but commodities showing up in our strength alerts, which just bolsters, our human eye against the actual backdrop of the data that's saying, yeah, that's where the stuff's working. Isn't that funny? CVX. I didn't even know that. Why is that funny? Because we saw CVX yesterday and we put it on the eye. It's curated on that channel today. That's kind of funny. Very cool. Albertsons. Okay, grocery. That's interesting. That one's kind of odd. What's Albertsons doing today? I didn't like that chart on the way we were looking at it there. I didn't like the way that was looking. It was just kind of range bound, filled its gap. It's asking a lot to go through that entry, but that's what the data said. And then Oxy Petroleum, another petroleum company. So yeah, whoever made that observation, Plaza. Yeah, it's good stuff. Sorry about that. Just reading a couple of things here. Let's make sure we get the questions knocked out first. Okay, we got APD, good. All the TI weeklies, yep. Hello, Mike C. MGY out from earlier, but always reassessing whether I made the right move. Yeah, so just observe that. That's just been my observation over the years. Once you lose that 10 SMA on a 15, the momentum is very hard to recapture. It's like somebody leading a race and then they kind of falter, and somebody horse racing. Okay, you never see a horse race. Other horses catch it, and that horse falls back, and that horse finds yet another gear and charges back to the front. You don't see that. The momentum is dead once that leading horse starts to run out of momentum. Not to use gambling analogies, but I guess that's all I know. Gambling and golf. I don't like to gamble, quite honestly. I get enough of it. That's an endorphin release, a dopamine release that I get every single day doing this stuff. I don't go to casinos, but if I did, I'd play craps and only craps because that's where your best odds are. All right. Yeah, IYR failed. We never got a trigger on IYR. It's not to say it's still not in play, but it did not trigger. It's not a commodity-based gold, oil, energy. So really, it was more of a yield play, a yield chasing play. As fund managers are looking for guaranteed yield, they've been getting their asses kicked for the first quarter of this year. That's a fact. And they're just looking for some safety. And REITs can deliver a guaranteed 4 or 5% interest dividend sometimes. So that was the play there, but it's not really catching on yet. REI, I know is going to be good because that's a Oh, it didn't run today, did it? Probably want to keep your eye on that one. It is an energy company under $4. Nugget is just the aggressive way to play the GDX, and that's looking good. GDX is up 2, NUGT is up 4.8, so it's a double. So if GDX goes up 2.5 or 2.5 now, Nugget's going to double that. And so if you're more experienced and you don't mind the volatility and you think you're right, you can get much more leverage trading the basket of gold miners using Nugget. What's that high there? 33. What's the high today? Sorry, 67, 78, 33. So, okay, so we took out the highs and now we're consolidating at highs here a little bit. A little spike right there took out highs, but we're stuck right here at this level, which is the prior level of that candle going back on March 8th. Trade of the week, last week, just fine. It just took a little longer than we thought. Matter of fact, it actually worked out great because the risk management discussed on the gold trade of the week, as usual, was to not allow any of these candles to close below the 20-day SMA. We had a little scare on the first day, broke out, got everybody long, pulled back, found support at the 20, and that's just what these things like to do. They like to kind of punish the people who want to chase a breakout, but reward the people who maybe can lean on a good support level, using a moving average like that. So I'm very, very happy that the risk management said don't sell it, and I haven't sold mine in the other account unless it breaks and closes below. But when they touch it and bounce back up and give us a little wick, that's always a nice comforting end of day candle to say, all right, I'm going to take this home. I'm not worried yet. CTVA had a great morning and then recoiled, but it looks like it's trying to come back. That's crazy action all the way up, all the way back. And so CTVA has reclaimed its 10 SMA, and I think I'm just going to hopefully ride that thing for another day and see what happens. We're now clear of that high back there. We have a little bit of distance from the 10 SMA, but if there's momentum intact, that shouldn't bother it yet. CF is a wild ride. That thing goes back and forth and stops people out all the time. Look at those wicks yesterday, down and up and up and down. But this is a play: pesticide, agricultural, chemical products, fertilizer, what have you. Okay, so the strength alerts on the channel bar are updated daily if there's a new candidate. I believe so. I believe there's a window in there that will update if there's a new candidate, but the official email that goes out was the one to start watching from Monday. See, not everybody has a Trade Ideas subscription that has a Strength Alert subscription. Some people just pay $17 and they want that email with a few ideas to watch each week, and that's good for them. But the people who have a Trade Ideas subscription, of course, they have access to that, but that channel also gives them new, fresh ideas throughout the week. So that's how that works. All right, I was going to talk about this a minute ago. Check this out. I stumbled across this. This window has been blank for me for about 5 days, but I can't let it go. Here's what I'm trying to do with this guy. I am identifying a new high to go short. Okay, that new high has to occur right at or under the 50-day simple moving average. There it is right there, 50 days. So a negative 1/10% below, no more of a 1/10% above. If a stock between 20 and $80 makes a new high and touches that area of the, I'm sorry, it's the 15-minute, not the daily. What I was noticing was in this market, we've had a lot of stocks that intraday run up and then they hit their, it's called the 5-day moving average. I'll explain that here for a second. So this line right here, right there, blue line, this is a 5-day moving average as seen through the lens of a 15-minute time frame. You can put a 5-day average on the daily chart, but it's just too messy. This is so much more clean. And so many times I've seen stocks that run up to and get close to, here we go. For instance, SPY slammed at the 5-day. slammed at the 5-day, rejected. So now we're back below. Market is not healthy. So I said, I want to make a scan that finds things that jam up and midday hit that declining 5-day moving average, and then go short and hold it for a couple of days. And so I started playing around with it, and then I started back testing it. And here's kind of what I came up with. I did what we call optimization. I'll show you that first. So we'll do back test. Everything is still the same. I have figured out through optimization that it's a great 3-day hold. It only works best between my time, 8 to 12 Pacific, 11 to 3 Eastern. Risk management is essentially looking for a 7% move, but we'll risk 2% to get that 7%. And I'm only going back 1 month. So simulate buy. And when I first ran this, it wasn't that good, but what I did was a bunch of optimization. To make something, I'm sorry. Let's try that again, Steve. Sell. We're supposed to sell that. I get so used to that buy button. Simulate sell. Let's try this instead. About that. That's some dark shades of green right there. Not only that, 182 trades in 30 days. Strategy return, annual return over 1,000%. I mean, this thing on paper is golden. The problem is the last trade it gave was March 18th. Had a couple of really nice days here and here and here and here and here. A couple of clunkers, but it hasn't given me a single alert since March 18th. And I don't want to change it, because if I start changing things, here was what I found that was really interesting. Optimization. And it just doesn't make sense, but the data proves it, so I got to go with the data. Optimization. Other filters. S&P change on the day. For some reason, look at that. So you would think that going short, we'd want maybe the backdrop of the day to be a down day for S&P, but it's not. Yeah, it's only working on when the S&P is up big. For some reason, I can't even begin to explain why. But if I go back now and I change the S&P change today filter to flat on the day or barely up on the day, I'm going to lose all of this beautiful summary. So what that told me is that there was a period in time when this thing was absolute money to take on a short sale and hold it for a couple of days, because it basically ran out of steam midday on that declining 5-day moving average. So happy to share this. And I even have, look, I'll show you what I did. I even put properties, action, set up sound. I don't usually use sound a lot, but I want to know if something comes through there. I want to know in that moment that it's been 2 or 3 weeks before a good trade has come through here. This is one you just kind of put on the shelf and watch. So I will share this with everybody who wants it, and we can all watch it going forward. And if something happens, you can evaluate it as a short sell. I forgot the name of it. It's called short at the 50 or slam into the 130. Okay, I'll just call it. I'm just going to call it a swing short optimized. Scan. Go. Yeah, the cup and handle is a tough one to scan for. You almost got to kind of know what you're looking for and scan through other things and see that cup and handle that you like. Oh, geez. Somebody showed me a stock this morning. What was it? Let me go back and find it. URG. You had a nice little cup and handle going earlier. I think that's what we were talking about, but yeah, probably should have bought that one. So we can't really scan for cup and handles, but what I'm saying is a lot of times on the scans that you come through on my A table, if I go through just all of them out, they should start to maybe jump out at you and give you a better confidence level of some of the scans you would see. MGY just not going to do anything. Reading the rest of your question. I've looked at the horseshoe scan, but assume that one searches daily. The horseshoe scan is an intraday scan. It's my scan that I created back in 2003. And let's do this. Here's what a horseshoe scan does. So let's say this is MGY coming into today. MGY gaps up and then starts to trade down. Fills part of the gap all at the same time. This 10 SMA starts to come into play. Well, right there is when you get the indicator on the horseshoe. Okay, so it's looking at the gap. It has to have a certain gap percentage up. It has to fill a portion of that gap, and then when it returns to highs, that's a strong momentum play. But I've also tried to create a scan that shows when you gap up and then it sells down into the 10. Sometimes that can be an alert that can be created. I don't really have a scan for that, but I know it could be created. And then lastly, we have a daily version of that concept to fill the gap to the 10-day moving average. I'll show you. It's in Market Explorer. And the server is called Gap and Pull Back to the 10 SMA. So it's a daily setup. This was done outside of the normal trade ideas. We got a few ideas here today, so let's take a look. All right, so there was our gap that day, but that's a nice looking chart, really. Bore drilling, huh? Drilling oil and gas. See, sometimes I just got to come into this Market Explorer a little bit more. If I'd have been seeing this thing hugging that 10 down here, I would have really liked that yesterday, something like that. So that's one option. It's not the perfect ideal one. This is a bit more like it. Gap up and then sloppy days, trade down and then tag the 10 SMA. That could be an entry. This was definitely an entry, but it overshot it, gapped up, pulled back to the 10, but it did overshoot, and now we're back above. So I think anything above 5 is a good call on that one. That's kind of sloppy. Same stock. Oh, this was yesterday, excuse me. So CLVS gapped up and pulled back. So if you're not aware of the Market Explorer, it's got a pretty good pullback to the 10 SMA after a gap. It's a daily swing trade kind of a thing. But the one that you were talking about, the horseshoe, you can see why I called it a horseshoe, because it starts up, gaps down, gaps up, fills the gap, and then turns back up in a U-shaped pattern. But in my opinion, the trade ideas event for false gap retracement, horseshoe, buying at highs, it just doesn't work the way it did when I designed this back in 2003. There's something about the algorithms that see that and they know it's a money setup, and they come in and smash it and just make havoc of it. I don't know why, but I'd much rather try to find the ones that are gapping up and then pulling back to the 10 SMA. Let me see. I might have one in the past. So I'll do a keyword search here. Gap and 10. Gap, SMA. Yeah, fast. That one already gap filled the 10 SMA, right? Where did this come from? Yeah, these are those. Hold on a second. Ah, this is one. I guess I did have it. Check it out. So gapping up, let's take a look at the configuration. It's a new low, but that new low needs to be at the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Not much below and not much above. So it's basically any new low on this scan on a stock that gapped up 3% or more that has okay average daily volume. If it gapped up 3% or more and comes back down and makes a new low right into the 10 SMA, That's an interesting entry point. So you can see as I go through these now, the blue arrow is going to show you the entry point. That one's working. You tried, not working. Tried, getting sloppy. Now, again, the backdrop of the market is not helping. First and foremost, what is the basic backdrop doing and telling us? Well, we've got a lot of weakness after the gap opened. So a lot of these stocks singly, you're probably not going to hold their gaps. But if you want this one, I'm happy to share that one too. Gap fill at the 10 SMA. I might keep this one and monitor it because I haven't been monitoring it in a while. Okay, there it is, gap fill at the 10 SMA. Excuse me, I'm going to clean up that column. I don't like that column. Description takes too much. Now I can do that. Put that there. Put that there. Maybe even segment them like that. Anyway. So now we're just going to lock this in. Oh, I got a good. Okay, this is a silver play. I've got enough gold and silver. I'm not going to buy it, but this one might be trying to do something. It's American Coeur d'Alene Mining. For some reason, it has not followed silver, and at some point it might, but I don't know if I trust it. What I was going to say is, check this out. So we have the gap and fill at the 10 SMA, but you also heard me just say, is this the right market for it? No, it's not, because they're not buying dips. What if we took this scan and to duplicate it so we can work on a new one, let's use the flip function. So what would the flip version of this be? It would be a gap down, traveling up, making a new high, right into the declining 10 SMA. So I have a feeling that this might act, we're going to test it too and see how well it's working. We might even test both. So we're going to configure and flip. Flip becomes a new high, everything gets inverted, and now gap fill at the 10 MS, these are short sells. Let's see what we got today. Well, they're hitting that line, but they're kind of going through it a little sloppy. That one's pretty clean. It actually hit the 10 and the 5-day moving average that I talked a lot about in that last scan. Up, hit the 5 and moved down. But the S&P is not up today, so it didn't say that was going to work as well. Not as many names in the flipped version, but you guys can all do that with your current version. You can flip it if you wanted. I don't think it's going to backtest that well, quite honestly. We could try it. I just closed it. Let's try it. Let's try it and see what happens. No, the flip version is bearish. The new low version, the gap fill, the 10 SMA new low is a buy. You're buying at those levels. You're buying as it pulls back to the 10 SMA. What I'm going to do on this one is flip it again. And this is a new high, but it's moving right up into the 10 SMA. So you can see that candle right there. This was the signal right here to go short. Worked for a moment, and now it's regathering itself. But what I wanted to do is, just out of complete curiosity, was back test this. I'll open up the time of day. We'll do, we're not going to do exit after 30 minutes. Let's do end of day, maybe. And risk management. It's an intraday play, so maybe, we can risk 1.5% to make 4. Always a good ratio. Advance 30 days, good. Okay, so simulate sell, and then we can go and optimize this a little bit, which is what I did on that other one up here that hasn't had a trade since March 18th, almost a month. I went and optimized it. which cuts the trades off, but that's sometimes a good thing, you know, statistically speaking. Okay, so on the first run, this isn't that bad. So let's start our optimization process of shorting gap downs that trade up into the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. First thing I see is it doesn't really work well for stocks over $59. Pretty close to 60. We'll make it 69. We'll set that as our max value. And we'll say, okay. What about time of day? Ooh, a lot to learn here. Okay, so we're only going to run this between 7 my time to 8:30 my time. Okay, that's good to know. So let's do that again. 7 to 8:30. That's our first optimization. I have to back test it again because I changed the configuration. Simulate sell. Not too much of an improvement. Not too much of an improvement at all. But what if we play the deep, dark rabbit hole, other filters? What if we do that same old change in the S&P? How does that change this scan? Change in the S&P today. Okay, so we've got a little bit of green in there and some green there. So what we could literally say is set minimum value of S&P to that value and set maximum value of S&P to that value. Now we've got our change in the S&P bracket. Looks like down 0.1% to no more than 2%. We can do that. What else could we look at? Distance from VWAP maybe? Okay, so pretty strong showing up until that's the actual VWAP amount. I want change from VWAP or distance from VWAP. Man, my system's really taxed here. Nope, that's not what I wanted. God, my hard drive is spinning. Red line. Distance from VWAP percent. Okay, most of our trades occurred right in here. I think that we could take these. So I'm going to grab that, make that the minimum. We'll cut those 72 trades out. Distance from VWAP and max distance from VWAP. So we've done a couple of changes there. Let's go ahead and rerun and see if we can improve it. Now, again, this is what I did on that scan up here that has not shown us anything for almost a month. But sometimes, again, that can save you from the bad ones if you just use a little bit of data and optimize. Okay, an improvement. We can see a comparative improvement. 58% winners versus 48%. Average winner 80, average loss. So a little bit more separation, but you can see that's the drill that you can go through with any alert window to try and see if it's working. And again, what I like to do is maybe only search 30 or 25 or 30 days because a lot can happen in 64 days if you use the max. And sometimes you can kind of get a feel for it's been a seller's market. You know, maybe I'll just, back test these last 10 days and see what they look like, or etc. All right, have I missed any questions? What do you guys want to look at? I'm seeing some red in my S&P high-low. Yep. This is the market we've had. Early morning strength, get people excited, and then the sellers just kind of come in. And it's always how we close. Do we close with a bottoming wick bouncing up, or do we close on lows like we did yesterday? We got that CPI number out today. I think the market was kind of pricing that in yesterday. There was a lot of chatter about how bad it was going to be or what it was going to be. But if this just continues to bleed down today in the SPY and the Qs, it's not going to be a healthy end of day chart. You're going to have a couple of red drippers there. Some of you know I did buy some SQQ last week. I bought it down here. But the reason I bought it, we have to look at the Qs. Qs, they ran smack into this 200-day moving average, which they could not get above. And on this day right here, I said, oh, we're getting close to lows. I'm going to jump in the SQQs. I think this is a fail. And I'm still in them. I haven't touched, I've added to them. I haven't sold any. I really feel like we're in for maybe a little bit more downside action, I fear. So the longs that I do have are the commodity, oil, energy related, gold, silver related stuff. Don't have any tech stocks. Don't have any retail stocks. I've got SQQ in my other account, along with gold in my other account, GOLD, gold and silver in my vault, but don't tell anybody. Just enough small denominations to bribe the border guards in case I need to someday. All right, guys, questions are cleaned out. I'm telling you, watch some of these silver stocks, guys. So you could go to PAAS, which is a bellwether silver stock. Look at the strength over there. Go similar to, you could go through, there's that CDE that alert went off for me a minute ago. AG is a strong one. So don't lose track of some of these silver and gold stocks. I think again, the fund managers dumping tech, they're dumping other stuff. They're getting into metals. They're getting into commodities, energy. That money's got to go somewhere. They're not just going to all put it on the sideline and go, okay, well, we're done. No, their mandate is to put that money to work. And the smart ones are going to try and find assets that are moving from lower left to upper right on a daily chart. Qs are telling us to stay the hell away from your favorite Amazons and Apples and techs and the videos and all that. And, you know, the ETFs are telling us to keep an eye on energy, gold, silver, commodities, fertilizer. What's that CTVA doing? Don't have a lot of it. It's just kind of a simple position. You know, I tried this one a couple of days ago, the A table, only because it had 42% short, a float of 24. And sometimes these things just can't get going. And the thing that scares the hell out of me is I really don't like taking pharmaceutical companies home. So I stayed one night in that thing and just said, no, forget it. I got to stick to my rules. But you see that I do have a blue line there, a price alert, and I will jump back in this thing if I see volume above 1830. I will have the confidence to jump in because I know that 23 million float, 42% of that are short, and they're probably freaking out and might be hitting the buy button to create a short squeeze. Well, Plaza, I don't really know what to recommend for, you know, the market going forward. It could turn on a dime tomorrow and get back to a buy the dip market. I don't know. You just have to kind of keep a watch and keep an eye on these sectors. Like I've been saying, what's the strong sectors? What's the weak sectors? And maybe try and focus on those strong sectors. There's no real money one setup that's going to help you. You really need to go through and pilfer through a lot of names to find things that, you know, suit your eye. REI is starting to look really interesting. I know it was an also watch on the trade of the week, but look how it's holding this 5-day moving average I showed you earlier. Really holding some nice poise there. So, you know, Trade Ideas is not going to make you rich. Trade Ideas is going to help you become a better trader faster. You know, the rest is up to you. Risk management, you know, rules, not doing silly things like following a guru because you like them. You got to know why you're in the trade. You got to know where your own out is. You got to know what your own personal time frame is. Are you a micro scalper or are you a swing trader like me and Andy? Any suggestions for bullish TI layouts? The Depends on what your time frame is. But there's really no one magic bullet that's going to fit the market every day. What worked one week might not work very well the following week. And it's just the way it is. So it comes down to risk management. Is this working? I better cut it. Not every trade is going to be good, but the ones that are good, I need to recognize and stay in and use those little examples like we did earlier in MGY to determine when I get out. There you go. As we said on the top of this broadcast, that was my signal candle. It's very rare for a big red aggressive candle to break that momentum average like that and then recover. More often than not, it just wants to break and then just chop and annoy the longs. So those are the kind of things that you have to apply to what you're seeing that Trade Ideas is bringing to your attention. There's no one layout, there's no one scan that's going to make you successful. It's going to help you be successful, but it's not going to make you successful. There is no magic formula. It's an art form. It's not a science. Again, if it was a science, we'd all be approaching it in the same way, but we don't. Trading is an art form. There's many different approaches. There's many different time frames. There's many different rule sets. It's how you approach it. There's many, many components. And that's just one of my main components that I love teaching people. You know, you can save yourself a lot of anguish if you recognize you want to book your profits and keep your profits intact by using that first red signal candle on a 15-minute chart. Well, yeah, I think that's exactly what I was just saying there on MGY. Do I have an indicator to tell me when it starts to decline? This is it. This is our perfect example right here. That's it. That's what I will use. That's usually when I want to start taking profits, but I don't want to take them too soon, but I don't want to take them too late. I want to try. This is how I try to maximize my winning trades using, okay, am I ready to exit this thing? Yeah. All right. Does it look like this? Don't get out yet, Steve. Okay, you might need to keep an eye on this one, Steve. You need to get out. That's as simple as that. Now, I will also use, what's the symbol I was looking for here? Let me see. It's on our list today. Where is that? It was Calm. Yeah, Calm, Cal-Maine Foods. There's a big bird flu virus scare, okay? But you know what? I think it's already baked in. I think it's already baked in. This is an egg manufacturer, and the eggs are in high demand because they're culling chickens. But let's analyze this, okay? It held that 20-day really nicely if you were trying to lean on this thing. Boom, look at that. It came back and tested the 10-day. Test the 10-day. Got ahead of itself? Well, guess what? I do the same thing on risk management on the daily chart when I'm swing trading. So yesterday was close. The day before was right on it. Yesterday technically was below it. That kind of scared me a little. But today, if we close right here, right now, and I was long this thing from say under 50 or at 50, let's say I bought the 50 level right there and I leaned on that consolidation, wrote it up. Maybe I sold, hopefully I sold a third or maybe a quarter or a half and let the rest of it trail. If we close right here, right now, I would kill the remaining trailing shares in CALM because when it breaks that 10, it literally has a date with the backstop of the 20. So why ride that down? The whole idea on this breaking of the 10, both on the 15 and the daily time frame, is to give us an early warning system to kind of casually get up once you notice the movie theater is on fire and you can sprint to the door before everybody else does. I love that analogy because that's really what you're doing. You're giving yourself an early indicator to be decisive. And more often than not, if you ignore that, I'll just hang out and see what the next couple candles do. Usually it doesn't work. Could you look at LAC? Thank you. What do we got here? Lithium. So lithium's kind of died on the vine and given way lately to natural gas and steel, gold, but things do rotate. Things have rotations. I actually bought AMC. I'm not afraid to admit, a little tiny little position. Perfect example. I bought it yesterday because it looked like that. If it closes like this today, I don't want it. I'm going to cut it. I'm using that 50. I'm leaning on that 50-day moving average. So in your question on LAC, looks like you can lean on that 50-day moving average. It tested it yesterday, chopping around a little bit here. Great volume on the way up, lighter volume on the pullback. It really overshot where it could have dug in on the 20. So it's your third backstop is the 50. And this makes a lot of sense too, because we've got kind of a ledge there. 30 seems like a real pivot. I think that's a good chart. And it's probably a decent entry. Yes, Plaza. It literally took me probably 6 or 7 months when I first started trading electronically to start to feel like I really was seeing the forest through the trees. Up until that, I was just getting hit in the head with trees. The idea is to do that cheaply. Make your mistakes small. Learn from them, and then you can scale up once you have confidence. Still learning ahead. Yep. You're welcome, Mike. Well, I don't know if Barry's going to be able to hear me because I think he...
No, I can hear
There
you,
you
Steve.
are. You got it. You
I
figured
am
it out.
here. Yes, yes.
Look at
All I
that.
had to do was unmute the site. That was
Tab.
my fault.
It's the tab, right? Was it the tab or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I checked mine too. For some reason, it likes to do that to people. So.
Well, I mute it because, you know, no offense, I don't want to hear you in the hour because I'm doing something else.
I do the same thing.
So that's why.
No problem. All right. All right, Barry.
Okay. Want me
I
to
gave
take
them
over?
all I could
Okay.
give them. We're all set for you.
All right. Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome. Bye, guys.
All right, guys, give me 1 second as I get my music running. There we go. Hey, Bill, are you still in the YouTube room? Are you still there, Bill, who asked the question about the compare count? If you are, I will share something with you. So this one got halted. Oh, this is the EVTL, guys. This is this very cool technology. Vertical aerospace, EVTL. Very interesting technology. And yeah, this is halted. It halted at just before 1 o'clock. So let's take a look to see where it may open, and no big clue really. I mean, it says 11:14, 11:20. It's halted at 11:15. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas, okay? So we'll see if it's a 5-minute halt. It'll open right around 105. Another one just got halted, GANX. This got halted. Okay, this is Parkinson's disease, okay? So they presented positive data. This is Parkinson's disease, GANX. So it just got halted. Now this one, take a look at this one. I mean, you know, it doesn't absolutely mean it's going to open at 490, 490, but you know, it's halted at 453. You know, the potential that it opens, you know, quite a bit higher so far, but you see how this changes. You see how this changes. People are in this halt right now or can come on open, you know, as this is higher. So we'll have to see what happens. It's another low float situation, 7.77 in the float, million in the float. So we'll have to see how this opens, GANX. My sound alerts are muted. You're right. Grief. Pepe, what am I going to do without you? That's funny. I couldn't understand what you meant. I actually couldn't understand what you meant. I thought, on first glance, I thought you meant, well, you guys can normally hear my sound alerts. And I'm thinking, no, they can't. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. When I do my video, of course, I mute everything. You know, this one really came down too. This triple U. You know, this showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown at 364 and it got down to 320. I mean, these are great percentage moves. I mean, it's starting to pop here. But again, this had, big news, quote unquote news in the pre-market. And once the market opened, though, it just absolutely collapsed. So let's keep an eye on that. Well, a couple of them. I mean, they're both going to open about the same time, within about a minute of each other. EVTL. If these are 5-minute halts, EVTL. And how is that GANX shaping up to be? You see how it's starting to drift down to the price a little bit. 453. And let's see, what did this get up to? This got up to 470 or so in the pre-market. Not in the pre-market, I'm sorry. Actually didn't trade at all in the pre-market. That's the opening candle. There was no activity at all in the pre-market. So, and when we look left on the daily chart, if it holds this pop that was up here at 473, there it is at 475. If it opens there, then it's going to take all this out. It's going to take it all out. And let's look at the weekly chart and see what the next highs would be. And we just opened. Did we just open? With the EVTL open. The EVTL open, and this should open. Wow, look at this, guys. I mean, this could be a great open if this holds this 5. "23 seconds." Okay, so this will be at 105.23 plus 23 seconds. So it's got another, well, 23 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Meanwhile, you're right, the EVTL opened. What did it do? EVTL, yeah. So it got halted at what price? At 11:15. Yeah, it popped up, did pop up. Boy, this has got room. I mean, this is this one. What did it get up to here? 1264, and way back here at 1844. The pony pump? This is Nigerian for those who don't know what that means. Okay, so this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. The GANX is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Whoa, but look at this. I mean, if you're in this one, if you got in before the halt, you're just hoping and praying that it opens soon. You've got 507, 507 potentially. But unfortunately, it's not. It's going to be look like a 10-minute halt. Again, if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually they're multiples of 5. So that would mean 110 plus 23 seconds. Again, one of the scans I'm sharing, the halts resumes. And because of that float, 7.77 million in the float, anything can happen. Yeah, the LIXT is done, guys. It is done, 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 done. I'm just looking at it. I have it thumbnailed. It is done. Yeah, it's a pretty good daily candle today for EVTL. It's been actually a while. I thought it was more recent than this, but it's actually a bit, it's been a while. December of last year when it got up to these levels. I thought it was earlier this year. Well, I guess December is in last year, but I thought it was more in February, but I'm obviously wrong. I haven't looked at DWAC for a long time. DWAC, just find it difficult to intraday trade, but wow, yeah, look at this. So what's fun doing? I'm seeing PHUN. Is fun also popping? The answer is yes. So PHUN is popping. DWAC is popping. All right, so Fundware shares see volume as Axios reports that Fox News joins DWAC's Truth Social. Okay, so I don't know what that means exactly, how that works, but that is the move for DWAC right here because of that news. This is it. Okay. And Fun is tagging along. PHUN is tagging along. But me, I'm interested in this GANX. Wow, look at this. I mean, look at this open, guys. This is a potential open, just climbing and climbing and climbing. I hope some of you may have got this. I don't know. Maybe some of you got this before the halt. I think you would have had a chance to. You know, it started at 4. Problem is, you would have been chasing it. You wouldn't have known that it was going to halt, and then you wouldn't have known that it's potentially going to open $1 more. So there was that. All right, let's see now. It should be half a minute if it's going to be a 10-minute halt for the JANX. Pop drop. Okay. All right, this will open in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so it's not going to be a 10-minute halt. Making sure this is not a news halt. No, it's a volatility halt. So it looks like it's going to be a 15-minute halt for this GANX. Okay, here's one that's starting to crawl back, guys. The CYCC had all sorts of activity in the pre-market, gave it up in a big way, but it's trying to crawl back here. CYCC, it got up to what, $4, 408 in the pre-market, and it is crawling back. You can kind of see on the 15-minute chart. I don't see any volume though. I don't see like a big volume burst on it. And what was the news? Gap up positive, some positive data in a publication. But I mean, it was positive for a while. Market opens, didn't care. So let's see if it goes positive. I mean, it's 10 cents under yesterday's close. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just changing my headset. All right, what is this JANX going to 545? This says 545, 545, potential open. All right, well, if it's going to be a 15-minute halt, then it's going to open in 1 minute from now, if it is a 15-minute halt for the JANX. Yeah, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, there is news. There, well, such as it is. Right here presents data on its small molecule. It's a Parkinson's play. Okay, so there is news on it. Okay, it opened. Whoa. Look at this open, guys. Holy smokes. Remember, it was 545, 545. It opened at 6. Whoa. It's going to get halted again. It just got halted again. Oh, 7. Look at this, 7 now. 708, 708. It got halted again. There were shorts actually at Interactive Brokers too. Almost half a million. So at some point, I'm sure this is going to fall, but when? 749 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart now. My goodness, I mean, we're in the little bio pop market right now. Last couple of weeks. All right, guys, what does the other one do this? Look at this. I mean, we're seeing, remember the other one yesterday? What was it called? It was starting with an H, I think, that went up and it closed under $1. And this is doing the same thing, QLGN. Ah, thank you, thank you. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah, the Hoth, it's doing the same thing. This is what we saw yesterday, with the Hoth. Boom, all the way up, and then it closed under $1 and just sliding today. Same thing could easily happen with the QLGN. I mean, it's already under $1 again. All right, we're close. I mean, I maintain that it's really difficult to get a handle on the floats of these really cheap ones, these little ones. So we're 7.7 million, 8.76. I'll take that. That's close enough. All right, guys. I am got to pay attention to the GANX for me because I have shorts available. Okay, 115.24, 120.24. If it's, well, again, it's more than another one. It's going to be more than a 5-minute halt for the GANX. Oh, look at GoGo. My goodness, GoGo. Look at GoGo, guys. Want to want to print this 15-minute chart out? This is what you call an alpha stock. Hasn't cared what the market's doing. It just has started early on, 9:45, well, 9:30, and it has just kept moving higher, 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 and higher. You probably have this on your 10-day daily breakout, right, Real? And that is the GO. Well, again, if you want to play the cheaper version of DWAC, it's a PHUN. I mean, in theory, it's got room, until that 270 level, in theory. All right, well, if this is a 10-minute halt, it'll be 125 plus 24 seconds. So we're at 124 now. So about a minute and a half. If this is a 10-minute halt for the JANX. I mean, and look again, look at the projected open 650, 650. Okay. Again, guys, I'm only fixated on this one, the GANX, because, I'm looking, where maybe pick a spot to short it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so what did it do? It opened a little bit higher, 620. But this is not for the faint of heart. I mean, you're trying to pick a top here, not for the faint of heart, okay? And now the spread is awful. And it's going right into the 200-day moving average also, 648. The VWAP's at 610. There it is at the VWAP. Will it hold the VWAP? There's the VWAP, 612. Oh, I'm sure, William, you're in this one. You got to be in this one. Already covered. I mean, it's still pretty wild. It's still just tucked underneath the VWAP. Oh man, what a game this is! Right underneath the VWAP, guys, for GANX. Sorry, guys, really concentrating on this. All right. Okay, guys, I don't know. You do what you want now. Looks like this could get halted on the way down. I'm out. Looks like it's halted. I'm out. I mean, this could have a big collapse underneath, but yeah, I'm out though. Whew, that was fun. Key was holding underneath the VWAP, but I'm out. But now look, I wish I still had some, but this is the potential open. 554 on the halt, 531 underneath. I haven't done one like that for a while. Oh boy, look at this. This could be catastrophic down. 506. Shoot, I got out just before the halt. Oh man, what a day, guys. What a day. U1, Urban One, U1. Haven't seen these for a little while. Remember these days when I got up to what, $54? These used to trade with the other ones. Or see it here. Maybe I'm glad I got out of that halt. Or before the halt. Hard to say. I mean, it's a 554, it's 550, so maybe it was a good thing getting out just before the halt. I got out at 554, right at the halt. Those of you with Interactive Brokers, you can kind of tell it was a faded blue dot just before the bid in the bid price. And that usually means it's going to get halted. And so but I thought, okay, I mean, to make about 40 or 50 cents very quickly, you never know what can happen. I mean, it can just pop right back up. But anyway, we'll see. Cross my fingers for Zach on a big halt down. And anybody else who was short. All right, give me a moment, guys. Yeah, this is what you see. That's what I was afraid of. What time is it? 1:29. So, well, if it's a 10-minute halt, it won't be till 1:39. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 1:34. So if it's a 5-minute halt in about a minute and a half, but the rest of them have been 10 minutes. Thank you, TRD. Oh, I see. Yeah, that was on your scan also. Yeah, the U1 was on your scan to pound it down. Another one, nice little short here. I didn't take it. Well, if you heard me, it was the VWAP. Okay. So the longer it held underneath that VWAP, I thought, okay, it was under six, it was around 590, 590. The longer it kept holding under the VWAP. So I got in around 590. If it had gone up to the VWAP, I'm out. So I got about a 10-cent stop. Okay. Okay, so it just opened. The other thing is, and this is not scientific, but typically the third halt is not great. Typically. And I think that was the third halt up here, and it finally started to move down. So typically the third halt is not great. The first one, usually you get the jump. The second one, you might get the jump. The third one, not so much. So, but that, that's not scientific at all. But it was mainly the VWAP. I kept saying, see how it's dropped from 601 to 597? Now, it could have gone up, but understand, I had a stop, and if I had been wrong, I would have lost, well, assuming I could have got out at 601 or ish, I would have been out 10 cents approximately. So, yeah, I mean, it's just over the last few years we've seen so many halts, and the first halt is usually excellent. Second halt, pretty good. Third halt sometimes is the one where it will capitulate. Okay, guys. Okay, today is Tuesday, is it not? Yeah, it's Tuesday. So I am in a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. All right, Zach, you are being rewarded. I would have been shaking right there, but you're being rewarded. Hey guys, this one is starting to move. This BCTX. Take a look at BCTX. I only see it because it's thumbnailed. Some consolidation right there. Now it's already popped 40 cents, but BCTX is starting to move. The issue really though, it's not really moving on any sort of volume, but it's trying to break out of this hour long of consolidation, or I guess 45 minutes, but well, yeah, I mean the VWAP, we just happened to be around the VWAP. Okay. You just, that's, yeah, just, well, the first thing I actually noticed was the 200-day moving average. That's the first thing I noticed. Well, that's another thing. I mean, 200-day moving average was 648. What did it get to? It got to 670. So it got a little bit above the 200-day moving average, and then it pulled back down below it. That is another, potential clue that it could be over for a while. Again, these are not easy. I don't often play halts. No, I wasn't in the halt. Understand, I was not in the halt before. What I'm saying, I was not in it while it was halted. Now it's halted on the way down. This is turning into a delicious short for you guys. Now it's halted on the way down again. Well, how far low is, how far low? Look at this IPO. Remember that when this one came out, this was going to be the one, OTLY. I think this is sort of yeah, the global power crop. I mean, listen, you got to cheer for stuff like this, but man, oh man, if you were in this one up at $29 and now it's at $4, I mean, and it has been basically straight down. And this is now almost an all-time low. Well, it's right at the all-time low. Wouldn't surprise me if no, it's not going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. The relative volume is too low. Well, you're right, with experience, but listen, I hardly ever played halts. The only way I would usually play a halt on the way up would be this. And this is not a recommendation, but let's take a look at the GANX, okay? We got halted right here, okay? So had it not popped up immediately, you got halted at, let me make sure about this. Yeah, I got halted at 453. Let's just say when it opened, it drifted down a little bit, maybe down to 420, and then it popped above the halt price. That is something that I would be taking, okay? But, I'm not chasing anything, but that would be for me more ideal for something to get halted and then maybe drift down just a little bit below the halt price and then pop over the halt price and continue. All right, guys, I am just kind of looking at my thumbnail chart, seeing if there's anything interesting. Remember the BCTX? I just mentioned it, but what did I say? I said no volume, even though it looked like it was trying to break out a little bit, but no volume. If I want to take something like this, I want to see some volume. Okay, well, I didn't see, okay, I didn't see the first halt of this one. So CRKN just got halted and it just resumed. CRKN, another low float situation. What sort of room does this one have? I look left on that weekly chart, $2, $1.99, 205. It's got to take out two. It's got to really take out two. If it can take out two, then 294 is the next high. Another one that is shortable, for me at Interactive Brokers. And I'm actually looking, well, you can see right here on the weekly chart, if it takes out two, it's got a shot to the 3 level, but it may not do that. Man, there are a lot of lots of activity today. Thank you for that analysis, Blue Collar. So there's the VWAP, I mean, it's the same kind of thing now. There's the VWAP for CRKN, 191. It's just below it. All right, guys, getting close to my marketing meeting, 147. So watching the CRKN and see which direction it really wants. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself. I got to pay attention to this CRKN, okay? I'm in it, so I got to pay attention. I'm muting myself right now. All right, well, it's not doing anything. Just hanging around that VWAP at 190. You got to take on this one, Zach, the CRKN. Problem, it was the first halt, so. Hmm. Come on, baby, get into the 70s. Get me out of this thing. All right. Again, guys, I'm in this. I'm just barely positive on this. I'm in at 188, just underneath this. Just underneath the VWAP. MYOV, guys, on my 10-day daily breakdown, that is starting to move down also. The original alert came at 10:35. It's at 10 right now. Will it break? Will it break 10 in a big way? That's MYOV. Okay, so at this point, I'm in at 188. I mean, if it gets back close to that, I'll be out. Mainly because I've got, well, there's a couple of reasons, I guess, but it may pop through that VWAP and go higher. But I'm also in this marketing meeting in about 7 minutes, so I don't want to be too distracted. Come on, go into the 60s then. Whoa, LAXT got halted also. There was miserable LAXT. Hate that. Huge pet peeve of mine. We haven't seen one for a while. Doing a financing when the market's open. Not allowing people to get out. And it's halted on the way down. There ought to be a law. Okay, well, I'm happy now with the CRKN. $2. Wow. I just think it's so scummy for companies to do this, because a lot of times, what people might be doing with this one, waiting to see if it can pop back up. Maybe they got a few shares just to see. But typically, at least certainly for me, I would never be holding something like this overnight. So I'm getting out before the market closes. That's when companies usually announce financings either after hours or more typically before the market opens the next day. And that allows you, if you don't want to hold something, it allows you to get out. All right, I'm all out of the CRKN, guys. The reason being is, well, it may pop, but I'm also going to be in this marketing meeting. So made a little bit, not huge, but made a little bit. Yeah, the SESN was horrible. The SESN was absolutely horrible. I remember that. Is it still trading as SESN? Yeah. Go to zero, you miserable. Yeah, remember this? Yeah, this is back in August of last year when they did that. That was one of the more miserable financings when the market was open. All right, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute now. I'm just going to get the announcement in. Be on say in this marketing meeting. See if there's any tidbits. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, good old hoodie is right. I see your comment there. Haven't seen HUDI for a while, and that got halted on the way down, and a massive pop on the way right on the way back. Remember when this one was just going crazy? It seemed every day for a while. Zach, I am astonished at you. Well, the spread isn't great. I'm back in this one, the CRKN. I thought you would hang in there. I decided to take it while I was in the meeting. Looking at that GANX, I mean, man, oh man, did that ever collapse? I'm not saying that CRKN is going to do the same, but wow, did that GANX ever collapse? And it's gone actually negative now. Negative, not just down, negative. Slow day. Well, I guess it all depends on what you're looking at. We've had some huge plays in the room today, but and look at the market. I mean, that doesn't that move right there is awesome if you're looking to short stuff, of course. Got a great trend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's an hour and 15 straight down. You just got here. Okay. Well, we'll see where it goes. I mean, it got down to 156. I'm just going to, I mean, that would be, for me, that would be the fantasy area, right down to the 150 mark from where it came. And who knows, it might do the same thing as the GANX did, go negative. All right, guys, so it is 2:40. So as usual, I'll put myself on mute around 3 o'clock. The room will be open till 3:30. Now, today is Chris's day, which I do have a link. It's more of a Zoom meeting, where it's for new people. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't show up if you're used to trading with Trade Ideas, but it's predominantly for new people. We'll put the link in. And this is his Tuesday, Thursday deal instead of strictly on YouTube. But I will put the link in. So just one last time. I'm sorry, I'm just distracted here. You cannot short in your retirement account. Well, that's a problem. If you want to short. Yeah, exactly. Okay, guys, just one last look at my homepage. Click on my homepage link. And of course, this is what you'll see. So we still have the promo on Easter 20% off the first month or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Here are the 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. I would always start off with a monthly. Don't take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. You'll get the 20% off the first month. And if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. But if you ever did want to, if you want to upgrade to an annual, you do it within 30 days. We'll honor the 20%. Again, if you're starting out with Trade Ideas, please do this first. Before you do anything else, just click on the Let's Get Started. Save yourself probably a lot of anguish. All right, it starts off with download and installation, and then first start up and log in, etc. So it'll be about 30 minutes, but it probably the best 30 minutes you spend if you're truly interested in using Trade Ideas. So what else? On my homepage, we have 3 free sections. We've got the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all of the education is here. So once you've done the Let's Get Started, you can take a look at the user guide. User guide is all segmented, so you can take a look at the various areas, price alerts, alert windows, our stock racing. Okay, so it's all segmented, but also a full table of contents that is searchable. Keep scrolling down. There's that getting started again. Daily support, as I said, well, typically in YouTube, it's Chris between Monday and Friday, 3:30 to 4:30, but Tuesdays and Thursdays, I will give you another link. And the daily webinars, there's not one today, there is one tomorrow. So we're on the Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. Last, back to basics. You're new to trading, great little video series, all free. Starts off with what is a stock? That's all the free stuff. And of course, if you want my scans, which are here, of course you have to be a subscriber. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down, and this gap up and down. These four I use in the pre-market. Kind of gets me set for some of the things that might happen once the market opens. So those are the scans that I'm sharing. And of course, of course, Of course, if you click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar, all of these channels here, these are all theme-based channels, and we have a lot of scans here too. So you can take a look at, what I would do is I would browse through the different channels. You can extract a scan that you might like, save it to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time. And you can create your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan in the first place. Okay, that's if you're starting out. All right, guys, so there's about 15 minutes left. I'm on the mic, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask them now. Of course, you can ask questions all day long, but I'm just kind of winding up now, just waiting on this CRKN to see if it really collapses. All right, little pop here right now in the SPY. A little bit of a pop after that an hour, basically an hour and a half straight down. All right, guys, I don't see any questions, so I might put myself on mute right now. What is a stock? I actually don't know how he describes it. I don't know. I should actually take a look at the series. What is a stock? Well, you'd be surprised though, seriously, how many people who have never traded before think when you trade, a company that the company gets that money. Seriously. And don't laugh at them. If you've never traded before and you think, "Oh, if I buy this stock, I get does the company get that money?" There you go, Barry. So now you know that they don't actually. Boy, I remember trading this a lot, this FULC. I remember this month here just absolutely exploded, went from 6 up to 30 FULC. Remember that, guys? Back in August of last year. It seemed like every single day up, 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 up. Anyway, I'm just watching it here as it's moving, marching down now again. Had a nice, actually, I had a nice 5 weeks, 6 weeks, I guess. Don't even know what they do. So it is a bio. All right, guys. Well, I think I will. Listen, I'm here. If you have a question, I'll hop on the mic and all. But I think I will put myself on mute now. Put the announcement in. If I have to, I will get back on the mic. All right, everybody, I think I'll wind it down right now. I put a link into Chris's webinar. It's a Zoom meeting, okay? I put a link in the off topic in the main room, and also I put it in the YouTube room, so it's not in YouTube, okay? You gotta go to that Zoom meeting, and he'll be there in about 5 minutes, so you can click on that link and get set up there. Otherwise, I'm gonna shut this down right now and get my script together. All right. Well, have a great evening, everybody. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. So again, have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.